initiative to generate jobs for PWDs in the public and the private sector, driving convergence, dismantling existing barriers, and strategically employing technology to construct truly inclusive ecosystem. Future of Livelihood aims to foster an environment where the diverse abilities of every individual are valued. With those words as a background note, ladies and gentlemen, once again we welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Secretary, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of... We also welcome once again all our disability inclusion champion, colleagues and friends from the fraternity for today's conference. आप सभी का एक बार और हार्दिक अभिनंदन. Ladies and gentlemen, in Indian tradition, it is customary to begin any auspicious occasion with lighting the ceremonial lamp. May I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Sir, Shri Rajesh Agarwal ji, and may I also request Mr. Matthew Joseph, Country Director AIF, and Mr. Kamesh Sanghi, Director Livelihoods AIF, to please light the ceremonial lamp and formally inaugurate the convention. May I also request Mr. Jay Kumar, National Head Disability Inclusion AIF, to kindly join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, this holds a huge significance for us. Each wick being lit today is a prayer to the universe for global peace and solidarity. We request our dignitaries to light the ceremonial lamp. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ हम सभी का अभिनंदन है और हम ईश्वर से आशीर्वाद लेते हुए इस शुभ कार्य का शुभारंभ करते हैं. We take a quick photo moment. Each wick which has been lit today is a prayer to the universe for global peace and solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, we formally begin the occasion. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for lighting the ceremonial lamp. Without any further ado, may I now invite Mr. Kamesh Sanghi, Director Livelihoods AIF, to officially welcome the August gathering and also set the context. Mr. Kamesh Sanghi.
Thank you. Very good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to be here, and as is my usual self, always very nervous when I begin. So I want to really thank Secretary Sir Rajesh Agarwal ji for being here and giving us this big honor. Members of the Ministry of Social Justice, Mato Sir, Dadich, Chairman Sir of National Disability Finance Development Corporation, unfortunately he wasn't able to make, but I believe Mr. Anil Kumar, he was representing the National Disability Finance Development Corporation, is here. I welcome you all. To all the disability champions, the inclusion champions who have enabled the certification of diverse to be made, I also, warmly want to welcome you. And all our NGO partners who have come here with a lot of products, with a lot of accessible technologies. There is one more partner who will also be bringing in their wheelchair cum scooter over here, and you will be able to see they're stuck in traffic. I guess probably morning 10 o'clock was a little bit of a tough challenge for a central Delhi location. So a warm welcome to all, and to my team members and everyone from AIF, and my boss, Mr. Matthew Joseph, for giving me the freedom and independence to create all these wonderful initiatives and move ahead in this program. So once again, welcome to you all. So as part of my introductory speech, there are so many things that AIF is doing. I do want to focus on 3 aspects, which will probably set the context today. And the 3 aspects will be answers to some simple questions of why, what, and how. Right? The first thing is, why are we doing this? Why this event? Why the launch of Diverse? Why the portal? What is our mission? The mission of AIF is to eliminate multidimensional poverty in India. We are a poverty alleviation organization. And the reason why we do any program in livelihoods is to achieve certain outcomes. And for us, outcome is income, right? Everything that we do has to lead to that income enhancement opportunity for persons with disability. Whether it is the certification program, whether it is bringing the ecosystem together, all of these are supposed to align to that one particular goal that we have. And therefore, the certification is not just about bringing together companies together, but it is ultimately about creating employment opportunities and increasing the number of employment opportunities for persons with disability across the country. We have an ambitious goal of doubling the number of formal sector jobs by 2030, from the current 70,000 to 1 lakh to almost 2 lakh, adding another 1 lakh jobs into the ecosystem. And that is what our mission is, and that is what everything that we are doing today aligns with. Coming to the what, my colleague here, Anupam Shukla, is here, and she's also the moderator. She in a way defined the vision and the way we want to approach things at AIF, right? What are we here to do? We are not here to just expand, pathways or expand the highways and creating opportunities for people who already have opportunities. We are here to create tunnels in mountains, to create new opportunities for people and for persons with disability. That is what, when we established India's first AAA certified portal, we wanted to create opportunity for all 21 disabilities to access that portal. Because it is not just an accessible design, but a universal design that we brought in. This is the first time a certification for inclusion for persons with disability is being launched across the country. Again, we created that kind of tunnel in the mountain, so to say, because every time we go on our mission of achieving income enhancement, we encounter barriers. And honestly, the way we have been working with persons with disability, we've not encountered barriers, but we've actually encountered mountains. And we will continue to encounter those mountains. And we want to be strong, confident, and committed to our goal that despite what mountains come in the way, we are going to overcome them. And how are we going to do that? So we are going to do that by being a catalyst. I always tell my team members, we are not specialists, we are catalysts. We are the catalysts of specialists. All of you who are there today in this ecosystem over here are the specialists. Some of you specialize in entrepreneurship. Some of you specialize in programs for visually impaired. Some of you specialize in programs for physical disability. So there are different specialists. We want to bring together this ecosystem, and that is where I am so grateful to Ministry of Social Justice for giving us this opportunity of partnering with the ministry and bringing this ecosystem together. Sir, it is under your guidance that in the past 14 days we have signed an MOU for the PM Daksh portal, where we will have access and opportunity to serve 10 million persons with disability across the country. And I'm sure 100,000 goal of creating employment opportunities will look like a small number once we get down to it. At the President's House, together we declared India's largest job fair campaign, which is 25 job fairs across the country. Again, why did we say 25, right? We wanted to go into 25 different cities. These 25 are not just going to be in Delhi and Bangalore and Mumbai, where many opportunities already exist. These are going to be in tier 2, tier 3 cities, where a lot of persons with disability today are struggling, but not able to align employment opportunities. And that is what this job fair campaign will be. And today, we have had Sir inaugurating this diverse certification. And as part of the how, I also want to explain to you what is this certification and why are we doing this? Are we going to be, aligning ourselves to be a certifying body? No. We are a facilitating organization. We are a catalyst, as I said. What our goal is to work with companies to unlock those, many issues. Today in the panel discussion, you'll realize there is the HR, there is CSR, there is DEI, and then there is leadership. All of them have to come together if we have to create an ecosystem. There are 6 different criteria on which we have decided that we go in an organized way to assess where the shortcomings are, identify the beauty spots, and in a way appreciate them, appreciate the best practices of the organization, and in a very, very methodical, logical, organized way, approach point by point. The first part is leadership and culture. If the leadership is not aligned, the culture is not aligned, there is no way in which person with disability can be hired, right? Is there a business case? Are you aligned? Microsoft talks about accessibility because they have one mission, technology for all. And 1/6 of the world's population is supposed to have at least one kind of disability, right? 1 billion. I'm actually surprised to hear these numbers when I hear them. But 1 billion people across the world have some kind of disability. So isn't that a huge customer base for any organization? But how do we make that business case translate into something real, something operational, right? We are on-ground people today in the livelihoods team. My team has grown from 4 in 2020 to 400 today. Our annual impact has grown from 3,000 to 300,000. So we have had a 100x multiplication. Through one of our programs, which is probably India's largest ever livelihood program, we are about to serve 1 million street vendors. We've already reached 700,000 street vendors, and 400 crores of government loans have been unlocked. We want to bring this kind of scale, this kind of passion, this kind of opportunity, for the whole country. And finally, our mission is to deliver individualized, customized solutions at scale. Now, this is very essential. I want to make things individualized. There are 21 disabilities, each having a different alignment, a different kind of orientation, a different kind of problem set to solve, and a different kind of opportunity to serve, right? We have to make our solutions individualized, but at the same time, we want to do it at scale. We don't want to do it only for 500 because that's what our passion is. And that is where, once again, I want to deeply thank Rajesh sir for the support of Ministry of Social Justice, because in our vision, the support, the guidance, and the hand-holding of the Government of India is actually going to enable us to make our individualized, customized solution at scale. Before I end my speech, I really want to thank the disability champions. This diverse certification wasn't created by us. It was created by people from the ecosystem. 30 people who were NGO partners, who were companies, companies like Wipro, companies like Randstad. Many of them are, going to be panelists today. You're going to observe them. All of them came together to do this, to create this certification, right? So that we hear the voice of the people. So this forum, this platform is actually to all of you. It is not an AI platform. And I want to take this opportunity to bring together this ecosystem. And please help us, guide. When my son asks me, what is it that you want from me, Papa? I always tell him, I want from you what you want from your own self, right? That is what our mission is. We want from all of you what you want for yourself. Each one of you has a mission. Please help AIF catalyze that mission and put, a little fire to the ammunition in a way. And, let's bring together this ecosystem together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamesh Sanghi, for that zealful welcome note. Ladies and gentlemen, for over 2 decades, AIF, through its high-impacted interventions in education, livelihoods, and public health, has impacted millions of lives of India's underprivileged. Let's have a look at their journey through this audiovisual. May I request the audiovisual team to kindly play the video. Thank you.
Over the last 2 decades, as the world evolved at an unprecedented rate and presented many unique challenges, the American India Foundation has consistently worked as a leading and credible philanthropic platform in the US-India corridor. Since its inception, AIF has dedicated its sustained efforts to improving the lives of India's disadvantaged. With poverty alleviation as a guiding principle, we have created a transformative impact across geographies. Born in the aftermath of the Gujarat earthquake in 2001, as a humanitarian initiative championed by Bill Clinton and Atal Bihari Vajpayee, AIF continues to be a catalyst between the world's two largest and most powerful democracies. Driven by our people and our values of transparency, secularism, and non-partisanship, we continue to support communities while transforming India into a more equitable and vibrant country. Further, leveraging our deep connections with governments and other stakeholders, we have mounted the largest nationwide relief response to COVID-19. With a special focus on women, children, and the youth, AIF delivers high-impact interventions in the most essential areas of need: education, health, and livelihoods. Cultivating a robust platform for leadership development, AIF's fellowship program has been nurturing the next generation of leaders to drive an impact across these categories. Targeting ROI optimization and low overheads, AIF is a partner of choice for many organizations and the government for large-scale and ecosystem-wide interventions. Our technical capacity and adherence to the highest financial and governance standards ensure programmatic success, while our well-entrenched and flexible framework ensures innovative solutions and impact at scale. In the last 2 decades, we have helped build awareness, trust, and valuable conversations through our work. In the years that lie ahead, we will continue to foster a culture of equity, inclusion, and positive discrimination, while transforming the lives of the underprivileged communities at large. Among our many milestones, we aim to reduce newborn mortality, create sustainable livelihoods, strengthen the education system, and nurture service leaders. We thank you for helping us bring our vision to life. We couldn't have done it without you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for watching our journey and sharing our excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege in inviting the Country Director, American India Foundation, Mr. Matthew Joseph, to kindly give the opening remarks.
Good morning. For me, it's a matter of extreme joy to see the second edition of this program. Last year, we had taken a decision that we need to share and learn things that we do on the ground. It's very important to be in a partnership mode and not just do projects and then, not let the world know. Because we need to let the world know what we succeeded, and we need to let the world know where we failed, so that no one else goes on the path of failure. So both ways it's very important, and we've decided to make it an annual event, and here we are in the second edition of the same. We've been working on livelihoods ever since the organization began its work in India. I just seen it as 23, but actually we are in 24. We are at the cusp of actually becoming a 25-year-old organization. And in livelihoods, we've been focusing on skilling and entrepreneurship. And right at the inception, we decided that we should actually keep the part about skilling or providing livelihoods for PWDs separately, because it needs a lot of attention of its own. It cannot get submerged under the larger, employment programs. And it's been a journey since then. We've been working with several partners. I'm sure many of them are in the room and across India, primarily on skilling. And each generation, we've been working with the latest in technology, latest in the fields that open up for employment. And thereafter, we moved on to, aspects around getting people a job. Not just in PW, across our, livelihood portfolio. As Kamesh said, the outcome is actually income, and that we truly believe in. It's not about just skilling and then giving a certification and then keeping it at that. In this whole initiative, what's exciting is this initiative that is targeting corporates. Corporate India has been a very benevolent one. CSR law might have come in 2018-19, but corporate India has been giving for more than a century. When I was talking to the Tatas about corporate social responsibility, they said that we've always given much, much beyond the 2% that is being asked today. And that's the case with many others. Maybe they've not been giving to an NGO, maybe they've not been doing it in the structured manner that we expect today, but they've been giving in their own way, setting up institutions, giving, various other sorts of support to the people where they are in or people where they serve. During the pandemic, we realized that corporate India has literally opened their wallets and their hearts when absolute, terrible situations were happening on the ground. We had shortages of basic things like masks initially. Then it went on to, oxygen. You needed beds for COVID patients. Corporate India just opened up in the sense that we were part of an initiative that, we spent about 350 crores just from corporate India, going to the, various parts of India where the need is there and supporting people at the direst of needs. I remember at a time when I was working for the government of India, HIV was a major program. And while various efforts were going on to reduce the prevalence of HIV, it was corporate India that again came into the picture. There was a program that was directly targeting corporate leadership to come in and join the battle against HIV. It was a very successful one. Many companies had their internal policies set up. They said, we want to do something, but we don't know how to do it. And trainings were organized. The neighborhoods of those companies were actually, supported. In the same way, I've seen SDGs being taken on by corporate India in a very big way. The UN is involved. A lot of companies are getting together. Today, they're talking that language, which is rightly the need today. And that is happening because there was somebody who was facilitating, who was actually supporting corporates. Corporates have an intent, but then the wherewithal of how to do it and the easiest way to get it done is something that they are always hunting for. And therefore, this initiative of bringing in corporate India to bring in inclusion, which they already believe in, into their workforce, getting bright persons with disabilities in their workforce and contributing to the growth of the country. This is something that we are so much excited about, and this partnership with the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment is something that I'm sure it's going to power this into a movement over the next few years. Thank you so much, and we look forward to all the exciting things that are going to happen now.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very privileged to have with us as our chief guest, Secretary Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, Shri Rajesh Agarwal ji. An IS officer who's known for his focus on extending rehabilitation services and assistive technology while driving Divyangjan-friendly policy initiatives. With a BTech in computer science from IIT Delhi, he joined the Indian Administrative Services in 1989. Throughout his career, he has spearheaded significant projects, including pioneering e-governance initiatives in Maharashtra, earning over 300 national and international awards. In his tenure with the state government, he streamlined processes such as scholarship disbursements and treasury transition to electronic system. Since 2015, he has held crucial roles in the Government of India, including Joint Secretary Financial Services Mission, Director of Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana, and Additional Secretary for various ministries, demonstrating his commitments to public service and innovation in governance. With those words, may I invite you, sir, to kindly address with a keynote, address the gathering, and also officially launch Diverse.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Being an engineer and fan of Marvel movies, so we talk about metaverse and multiverse. Today, I'm happy to be part of Diverse platform. Disability sector was new to me, though I have served 34 years in IAS. It's a very specialized field. So I'm now here since 15 months, and every day is actually a day of learning for me. Maybe once in 15 days, it's an emotionally draining day also, when you meet a lot of people, and sometimes the emotions get better of your rational being. There are many aspects in this sector, but today let's focus only on the livelihoods. Though one can speak of prenatal things, postnatal, what kind of early interventions are needed, what kind of support groups are needed, what kind of policies are needed, then challenges in primary education, school education, massive dropouts. Unfortunately, for example, among the deaf students, the dropouts are phenomenally high. After 5th, after 8th, after 10th, and after 12th also. The numbers are much larger than the overall student population. And unfortunately, if it's a girl with challenges, the numbers are drastically higher. Second aspect, which is very closely related to livelihoods, is that our mobility is low. If we go abroad, we will find people on wheelchairs, motorized wheelchairs, or even people with white canes, moving around independently, getting out of their home, getting into office, getting into shopping malls, going to offices, and then going back home in public transport. So, since there are gaps at every level I spoke about in this, even in Delhi, I don't think you can find even 500-meter footpath where you can really take your wheelchair, or where a blind person can really move around properly without bumping into something or without having challenges. So the mobility is low due to that one reason. Second, there is a social stigma. So बहुत बार पेरेंट्स रिश्तेदारों को भी नहीं बताते और colleagues को भी नहीं बताते कि बच्चे को कुछ इशू है. So the exposure is less, and that really has an impact on later life. Education of the child and confidence of the child and independent living by the child. So these issues are important. So when we talk of livelihoods, we have to touch upon those issues, that how do we make the child independent? How do we educate the child reasonably well at least? And how do we build confidence कि आगे चल के आप कुछ कर पाओगे? I had interaction with the AIF only since about 2 months, and I'm happy that we have jointly covered a good path. So we launched PM Daksh portal 7-8 months ago. It's not an exclusive portal. It's just a matchmaking between a lot of job aggregators and companies giving jobs and PWD persons wanting jobs or wanting new skills or upgrading their skills. So that is that kind of platform, and it's not exclusive. We say कि आपका data हमारे पे दिखा दो, हमारा data अपने पे दिखा दो. There is no exclusive thing, and it is gaining good traction. So AIF has become a part of that. Then we had a Purple Fest in Rashtrapati Bhavan a few days ago, and I'm happy that AIF was a part of that. And today morning itself, before this conference, I was talking to the people about helping us with the digital accessibility certifications. So I'm happy that AIF has shown inclination in that. Now, when we talk of jobs, we talk of 3-4 kind of things. Basic idea is that person should reach the full potential. हम पुराने ज़माने पे जाएं 15-20 साल पहले देखते थे कि कहीं कोई ब्लाइंड स्कूल है, उनको कैंडल मेकिंग का ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं. बस चीज़ें थोड़ा बहुत लो लेवल पे सीमित थी. अब हम बात करते हैं कि कितने ब्लाइंड प्रोग्रामर्स IBM में काम कर रहे हैं, कितने माइक्रोसॉफ्ट में काम कर रहे हैं. एटलीस्ट आई नो 10 ब्लाइंड प्रोग्रामर्स हु हैव नाउ बिकम लाइक पर्सनल फ्रेंड्स. I know at least 10 blind lawyers who are like personal friends. So now, regardless of disability, if parents are active, if you get a good teacher, a good school, then there is a good chance that the boy or girl will go to their full potential. So one is this aspect. Another is the, when we talk of especially of ID, autism, etc., or even deaf or HI, sometimes the creative fields they come to the fore. Now, many of us would have seen Tare Zameen Par, and some of us have now experience with this sector. And I go to NIPID Hyderabad quite often, so that is our National Institute for ID. So there, last time they got a gallery inaugurated from me with about 30-40 students with mild to severe ID or autism, but doing incredibly good paintings. And they don't even have to be told. They are just imagine something and do the painting. And in fact, in Purple Fest, I presented to Rashtrapati ma'am a very good, beautiful painting done by a deaf and hard of hearing boy. So later on, madam had some interaction with that boy also. So the one is the creative part. So whether it's fashion design or anything else. So now, for example, Maya Animation in Mumbai is actually, they have trained many batches of deaf students on graphics and animation, and where it is both the expertise in the software as well as your imagination has to work. So the imaginative part, the creative part, that's important. And in many children, that aspect can be worked upon, and which can yield to self-employment or basically formal kind of employment also. In our skill courses now, we are actually saying that अगर बच्चे के साथ उसकी मम्मी या और कोई केयर टेकर भी आना चाहता है, उसको भी बैठने दो. I have met many families where especially the mothers, they work with the children and they set up a small enterprise, and that works well. Maybe child can't work fully independently, but in the family environment, child also contributes very well. Now, there are many bakeries even in Delhi who actually distribute this to people. They give the raw materials and then they give the work orders कि आज आपसे ये चाहिए, and then they will get the things picked up. So you work from home and you still earn something. So in a semi-formal kind of setup. So that is one aspect which can be really scaled up. And COVID has also taught us that distributed supply chains and distributed work orders can work well across the thing. So now even in many multinational companies, instead of taking maternity leave, sometimes women say that can we work from home? And COVID has taught us that yes, that is feasible. Earlier, many companies would say no, now many says yes. Same with person with mobility challenges. If they want to work from home, whether it's a person with locomotor disability or blindness or whatever, if people want to work from home, many companies are giving that chance. And so work from home kind of environments also, a lot of jobs are potential is there also. I have gone to a conference with about 300 blind bankers. So that is a job sometimes we feel कि यार banking में blind आदमी कैसे काम करेगा, तो सारा पैसे का काम है और कुछ गड़बड़ हो गई तो, but I have met actually and interacted with people, so the number is actually in thousands. I have met blind HODs, Delhi University में English के HOD और philosophy की, she is not HOD, but there are many teachers who are blind and who are actually well-respected teachers. There is no compromise in quality. Let's be very clear on it. So now those jobs are also opening up. Then obviously, where our colleagues were talking of कि छोटे-छोटे नहीं mountains का सामना करना पड़ता है. In entrepreneurship, in getting loans, unfortunately, that is really the position with persons with disabilities. कि bankers या और कोई भी जल्दी से लोन नहीं मिलता, जबकि पोटेंशियल काफ़ी है कि आप एंटरप्राइज खुद का कुछ छोटा मोटा धंधा या बड़ा काम भी कर सकते हो. I know people with disabilities who have set up companies who are worth 200-300 crores today. So whatever, जिसका जितना potential है. Someone has a potential of earning 10,000, very good. Someone has potential of setting up a 100 crore rupees company, phenomenal. But we have to work as a society to give chance to basically reach the potential of human being. जिस भी potential तक है. Now many formal companies, bigger companies, in the government also we have a reservation. Private sector does not have a reservation, but they now work due to DEI policies, ESG policies. They're in meetings with CIA and SOCM. I have actually stood up and said कि आप leap of faith लीजिए, because data shows कि if you hire a person with disabilities, attrition rate will be low. Attrition rate in first 1 month में भी high. because बच्चा उत्साह से कंपनी में आता है, then realizes कि नहीं 20 किलोमीटर भी आना possible नहीं है हर रोज, में drop out. But अगर 1 महीना टिक जाता है, तो rest assured the attrition rate will be very, very low. The longevity in the company will be much higher. And second, the data shows that an average person has now 150 distractions a day. You have 150 friends, online, offline. And a person with disabilities has, this number is 15. This is data. So bad for our employee, but good for the company. The distractions are less. I was talking to Amazon also. They have 92 deaf persons and associates in their Manesar warehouse. So they're happy with the performance. And so I always say कि आप चाहे ESG के कारण रखो, किसी के कारण रखो या leap of faith लो, but फिर performance पे जोर दीजिए. अगर performance नहीं है तो चाहे हटा दीजिए, क्योंकि जो charity based रहेगा तो number scale up नहीं होंगे. You have to be convinced कि रखा, उसके बाद हमें फायदा हुआ, तभी आप ज़्यादा को रखोगे. The only thing is that when a person with disabilities, he joins a very formal kind of company, challenges are on both sides. इस बंदे को पूरा पहली बार बड़ी कंपनी में गया है, may not be fully confident, may not be knowing fully how to interact with others. Other colleagues may be slightly afraid कि इससे कैसे behave करें. If you have actually never interacted with a deaf person or a blind person in your entire life, you find it very challenging कि मैं बात कैसे करूं, how to break the ice, बुरा तो नहीं मान जाएगा किसी बात का. So the colleagues may be just keeping their distance out of these concerns. Same thing with supervisor. And then the environment. अगर किसी की height कम है, तो आपको टेबल कुर्सी की हाइट कम करनी पड़ेगी, कहीं कहीं आपको कैंटीन में वैसा सेटअप करना पड़ेगा, टॉयलेट में यूरिनल की हाइट देखनी पड़ेगी। तो दीज आर कॉल्ड रीजनेबल एकोमोडेशंस। कोई व्हील चेयर बाउंड है तो आपको रैंप चाहिए, आपका अगेन टेबल की हाइट ऊपर नीचे करना पड़ सकता है, एंड सिमिलर थिंग विद ब्लाइंड एंड डेफ पर्सन्स। बट देर इज अनदर एस्पेक्ट देन कॉल्ड कूलेबिलिटी फैक्टर। जैसे जो हाई डेसिबल वर्क एनवायरनमेंट है, गारमेंट फैक्ट्रीज हैं, मशीन्स की साउंड बहुत ज़्यादा होती है, तो नॉर्मल बंदे को तो वो हियरिंग वो पहनाते हैं ईयरबड्स, तो जो डेफ आदमी उसको पता ही नहीं चलेगा, एंड ही विल बी वर्किंग वेरी हैप्पीली विदाउट फियरिंग द नॉइज। सो दिस इज कॉल्ड कूलेबिलिटी फैक्टर। तो बहुत जॉब्स में एक्चुअली द डिसेबिलिटी कैन बी कन्वर्टेड इनटू ए एक्चुअली एन एडवांटेज। तो अपने को जब ये बातें करते हैं तो दैट इज आई बिलीव द डाइवर्स प्लेटफॉर्म इज अबाउट, कि कंपनी के साथ बातचीत करेंगे, बच्चे का जब मैंने बताया कि एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी स्किल्स और थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग, और खासकर थोड़ा इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज का जैसे कई बार चैलेंज आता है, वो थोड़ा सा एक इंट्रोवर्टनेस होती है, थोड़ा सा डर होता है बाकी लोगों से, उस पर काम करेंगे। कंपनी में फिजिकल एनवायरनमेंट में क्या चेंजेस करना है, कुलीग्स में सुपरवाइजर्स को कैसे कॉन्फिडेंस देना है कि यार डरो मत, और ये चैरिटी भी नहीं है कि विद इन 3-4 मंथ्स यू रियलाइज कि अच्छा डिसीजन था, एंड इकोनॉमिकली इट मेक्स बिजनेस सेंस ऑल्सो। इफ इट डजंट मेक बिजनेस सेंस, बिजनेस विल not really scale that up. So we have to ensure that it makes business sense for them. So I'm happy that diverse platform will be looking at all these aspects, physical challenges, and then these days, let me say that jobs are of 3-4 kinds. One is which are technology usage. Generally जैसे blind है, VI है, बाकी बहुत सारी disabilities में भी, even in locomotor, जहाँ पे आप स्मार्टफोन का यूज़ करके, लैपटॉप का, डेस्कटॉप का, वेयर यूज टेक्नोलॉजी डे इन एंड डे आउट, दैट्स ए इजी जॉब फॉर पीपल विद चैलेंजेस, एंड डिस्ट्रैक्शन कम होगा तो दे विल बी मोर प्रोडक्टिव। देन सेकंड इज प्योरली जहाँ पे आप मटेरियल्स के साथ काम करते हो, जैसे मैंने अमेजोन का एग्जांपल दिया कि डेफ पीपल वर्किंग विद मशीन्स एंड मटेरियल, या गारमेंट फैक्ट्रीज का दिया, या एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का दिया कि आप घर बैठे भी आप केक बेक कर रहे हो और कुछ कर रहे हो, गारमेंट मेकिंग कर रहे हो और कर रहे हो। सो दोज आर इजी जॉब्स। बट तीसरा जो है, वेयर इट इज़ पब्लिक फेसिंग। नाउ इन मैनी 5-star यू विल फाइंड दैट यू माइट एनकाउंटर ए डेफ पर्सन नॉट ओनली एट द बैक एंड की किचन में कुछ काम कर रहा है या पीछे छुपा हुआ है, बट ऑन द फ्रंट डेस्क, चाहे बेल बॉय से लेके फ्रंट डेस्क मैनेजर तक। खासकर इफ़ यू गो टू ललित होटल इन दिल्ली, यू माइट एनकाउंटर, अगर ढूंढने बैठोगे तो यू माइट एनकाउंटर 50+ एम्प्लॉयज़ लाइक दिस, एंड मैनी अदर विद अदर डिसेबिलिटीज़। एंड इन लास्ट 1 year, बिकॉज आई एम इन दिस सेक्टर, तो अभी ध्यान भी ज़्यादा जाता है उस चीज़ पे। एटलीस्ट इन 10-15 star होटल्स अक्रॉस द कंट्री आई हैव कम अक्रॉस एम्प्लॉयज़ एंड मैनेजमेंट पोजिशन एम्प्लॉयज़ विद डिसेबिलिटीज़। दैट मीन्स पब्लिक फेसिंग चीज़ों में भी companies are taking a leap of faith and employing people, even blind people, deaf people, as a public face. And last example I would like to give is, जैसे IAS में, it's a hugely public interface day in and day out, with general public, with politicians, with other departments, with private sector. You might be interacting with 200 people a day minimal. Phone calls, video calls, physical meetings. Since 2016, every year 3-4 people with full blindness come into IAS and other services. And now they have worked as district magistrates in New Delhi with actually better reputation in integrity and efficiency than average kind of reputation. So which means that people with challenges are now doing work even which is highly public facing, technology facing, material facing, people facing, so all kind of jobs, and then highly creative kind of careers also. So all things are possible if we train our kids well, if we have confidence in them, and if the society provides a conducive environment. And once again, I would say, not as a charity. First nudge we can give, but then it has to make business sense. And it does make business sense. A lot of data shows that. And so my request to all the industry and everyone in this sector is, that we have to push these factors, make people aware of these factors, whether it is HR or the CEO of the company or whosoever or the bank giving loan. So we have to make them aware of these factors, that this makes economic sense, and ultimately that is, they're a part of our society. Now, every second, third family has a person with challenges. We will become aging society, we will live longer. So almost all of us are going to suffer some disability in our lives. In India, data shows that 1/3 disabilities are at childbirth, 1/3 are during your entire age due to accident, infection, whatever, and 1/3 are due to age-old disabilities. So even if we are not having any disability today, we might have normal kind of diseases. But as we grow older, and if we don't conk off at 50, 60, we live up to 70, 80, 90, we are going to face proper full-fledged disabilities. So it makes a lot of sense that we become aware of these, we become sensitive to these, and we all work together to make the society an inclusive one. Thank you so much. So we have to do something?
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for encouraging and inspiring us. And we now move to the launch of Diverse. Thank you once again, sir. We would again have to invite you, sir, for our felicitation ceremony. May we also invite on stage Mr. Kamesh Sanghi and the video.
Imagine a world where every voice in the workplace is heard and every perspective valued. Where diversity isn't just embraced, it's the cornerstone of success. In a world where 1 in 6 individuals has a disability, let's create workplaces where none in 6 feel defined by them. But why should businesses invest in disability inclusion? Because inclusion impacts the bottom line positively. Studies show that diverse and inclusive workplaces outperform their less inclusive counterparts. They boast of higher levels of innovation, productivity, revenue, employee engagement, and a growth mindset. By embracing inclusion, your organization evolves, unlocking the potential of your entire workforce and enhancing your impact on society. It normalizes what should be normal, a culture of transformation where differences are celebrated. This isn't just a vision. In today's competitive landscape, it's a strategic advantage for your business. When employees feel supported and included, they are more engaged, empowered, and committed. They become your strongest advocates and allies. It's not just about quotas and policies. It's about creating a culture where disability is just another facet of human diversity. Are you ready to build this future? One where a diverse, talented, dedicated workforce with unique perspectives is not just an idea, but a lived experience. The choice is yours.
A huge moment of celebration with that diverse launch. Ek baar aur zordar taaliyan. Thank you so much, sir, for launching it. May I also request Mr. Matthew Joseph to kindly join us onto the stage. We are moving towards the moment of celebration and cheering our champions. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the unwavering commitment and endeavors of the disability inclusion ecosystem, we are going to move forward and honor our champions. May I request our dignitaries to kindly come to the center of the stage. I would request all our champions to kindly join us on stage as and when their names are announced. And I would also request them to kindly stay back onto the stage for us to capture all of us in one frame by the end. Please put your hands together as I invite our first champion onto the stage and receive the memento from our dignitaries, Global Disability Inclusion Lead, Wipro, Ms. Sushmita Jain. Thank you, Sushmita, for your wonderful journey and inspiring all of us. Maybe the energy can keep flowing. This is a moment of celebration. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I now invite neuro-gifted founder and CEO, Joel Godi, May I request you all to kindly stay back onto the stage? Mr. Joel Godi. I request all our champions to stay back on the stage for us to capture everybody in one frame at the end. Inviting our next champion, DEI consultant and strategist, Diversity Simplified, Tina Vinod. Very committed, Tina Vinod. Thank you so much, Tina. Thank you so much for your inspiring work and your commitment. Huge round of applause for Tina Vinod. May we now invite on stage consultant, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, subject matter expert, Mr. Ketan Kapoor, very visionary Ketan Kapoor, to kindly join us onto the stage and receive the honors from our dignitaries. Huge round of applause for Mr. Ketan Kapoor. Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor, for joining us. Thank you so much for inspiring all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, today I would request you to not stop the flow of energy, which is the very source of excitement, and it also brings in some more energy to the hall and to each one of us present here on the podium. Mr. Ketan Kapoor is receiving the memento from Honorable Secretary, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor. May I request you to kindly stay back? May we now invite on stage HR and DI Manager, Compass Group, Navya Vinod Verma. Our next champion, Navya Vinod Verma. Thank you so much, Navya. May I request you to kindly join us onto the stage? Thank you so much for your inspiring work. Navya is receiving the memento from our dignitaries. Thank you, Navya. Thank you so much, dignitaries. May I now invite on stage founder and managing director of Planet Abled, Neha Arora. Neha has not been able to join us for some reason, and she's being represented by Karina Bhasin. May I request Karina to kindly join us onto the stage? Thank you, Karina. Karina receives the memento on behalf of Neha Arora. And we request you, Karina, to kindly stay back. May we now invite on stage founder and president, Sneha Nagra, Dr. Pankaj Maru. Dr. Pankaj Maru, thank you so much for inspiring us with your work. May we now invite on stage our next champion, co-founder, Economic Services, Praful Baveja. Thank you so much, Mr. Praful Baveja. Inviting Mr. Praful Baveja. Mr. Baveja receives the memento from Honorable Secretary, sir. May we invite on stage founder and CEO, Access for All, Mr. Siddhant Shah. Thank you, Mr. Shah. May we invite you on stage. Our next champion, Siddhant Shah, comes onto the stage to receive the memento from our dignitaries on the dais. May we invite on stage co-founder and the head of Sales and Reach, Neo Motion, Siddharth Daga. Siddharth Daga is not able to join us today, but he's being represented by Abhishek Singh. May I request Mr. Abhishek Singh to kindly join us onto the stage? Mr. Abhishek Singh? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we have Mr. Abhishek Singh, who on behalf of Mr. Siddharth Daga receives the memento from our dignitaries on the dais. A huge round of applause. Mr. Abhishek Singh, on behalf of Siddharth Daga, receives the memento from Honorable Secretary Sir. May we now invite on stage Consultant Communication and Partnership, Ms. Sneha Banerjee. Ms. Sneha Banerjee, thank you so much for your inspiring work. May we now invite you onto the dais. Thank you so much, Ms. Banerjee, for joining us, and may I request you to kindly join us onto the stage, and she would receive the memento from Honorable Secretary, sir. May we now invite from International Market Amazon, Ms. Madhu Bala, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to Ms. Madhu Bala. Huge round of applause as Ms. Madhu Bala joins us onto the stage to receive the memento from our dignitaries. A little more excitement. Thank you. Thank you so much. This energy makes us feel like family. So let's celebrate it together. May we now invite on stage DEI Manager Zomato, Ms. Vidha Kothari. Ms. Vidha is not being able to join us today. Ms. Vidha is being represented by Leela Singh. May I invite Leela Singh, Ms. Leela Singh, to kindly join us onto the stage and receive the memento from our honorable dignitaries on the dais. And last but not the least, our champion, Faisal Afshar Nomani. May we invite Ms. Faisal Ashraf Nomani to kindly join us onto the stage. Thank you so much for inspiring us with your work. Lead Talent Acquisition, Randstad. Mr. Faisal Ashraf Nomani receives the memento from Honorable Secretary, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the felicitation ceremony. एक बार और जोरदार तालियों के साथ एक celebration. And thank you so much for joining us in this celebration. May I request everyone onto the dais to kindly step forward for a group photograph, just to capture all of it in our memories and also in our lenses. Once again, thanking all our champions for inspiring us, and also thanking our Honorable Secretary, sir, for doing the honors. We also thank the dignitaries on the dais for inspiring us with their presence. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment of celebration, and I have to thank you all for joining us in this celebration like the way you did, and maybe we celebrate together once again with a huge round of applause. We would now like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Secretary, sir, our Honorable Chief Guest. May I request Mr. Matthew Joseph to kindly present a memento to Honorable Secretary, sir. And we also present a shawl to our Honorable Secretary, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, your presence means a lot to us. It's highly inspiring and hugely encouraging for all of us present in the hall. We can't really thank you enough. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude the inaugural session. We'll take exactly a moment to set up our head table for our first panel discussion. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for your patience and your attention.
keep Muskan here. Muskan here. Come inside. And इसको थोड़ा इधर shift करो. इसको और इधर करो. ये टेबल को और इधर साइड में करो.
Panel discussion. May I request all our members inside the hall to kindly be seated as we now begin with our first panel discussion. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down and kindly continue keeping your mobile phones and other electronic gadgets on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our first panel discussion with its topic, Adapting Disability Inclusive Workspace for Organizational Effectiveness, Challenges and Opportunities, which is going to be moderated by Director Livelihoods AIF, Mr. Kamesh Sanghi. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together as I invite on stage our moderator of the session and our distinguished speakers of the session. May I invite on stage the moderator of the session, Mr. Kamesh Sanghi, to kindly join us onto the stage, Director Livelihoods AIF. May we also invite the distinguished speakers of the session, inviting on stage Deputy Secretary, DEPWD Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, Shri Sunil Kumar Mahato. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Namaskar. May we also invite on stage Lead Talent Acquisition, Randstad, India, Faisal Ashraf Nomani. May I also invite on stage Assistant Vice President, Global CSR Lead EXL, Ms. Muskan Jain. May we also invite on stage Diversity, Equity, Inclusion and Belonging, DEIB, Subject Matter Expert, Persistent System Private Limited, Mr. Ketan Kumar. May we also invite on stage founder and CEO Access for All, Mr. Siddhant Shah, to kindly join us onto the stage. And may I now invite on stage Global Disability Inclusion Lead Wipro, Ms. Sushmita Jain. Very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause as we are about to begin with our first panel discussion. We have been indicated that Mr. Ketan is going to join us in a moment. Before we begin, quick reminder regarding the electronic gadgets which needs to be kept on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, before I request the moderator of the session to take over, may I say a few words about our distinguished panelists, beginning with our moderator, Mr. Kame Sanghi, who is the Director of Livelihoods at the American India Foundation and CEO of the Market Aligned Skill Foundation, holds an MBA from the Faculty of Management Studies and has over 22 decades of expertise in skill development, livelihoods, and education. Spearheading AIF's largest ever livelihoods program, he has transformed the landscape, benefiting over 650,000 street vendors. His leadership is in the Entrepreneur Prerna program and has received 2 national awards and demonstrated significant improvement in social equity and street vendors' income. Very warm welcome to you, sir. May we also introduce our speakers of the session. We are very privileged to have with us Deputy Secretary, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, Shri Sunil Kumar Mahato. Namaskar, sir. Shri Sunil is a dedicated public servant championing the rights of persons with disabilities with over a decade of service and he has spearheaded transformative schemes like the National Scholarship for PWDs and ADIP, impacting millions, managing the Skill and Entrepreneurship Division. His proactive leadership led to inclusive national scheme guidelines and the PM Daksh DE PWD portal, enhancing access and opportunities for PWDs. His initiative set world records, earning accolades from Guinness and Limca books, showcasing his compassion and commitment to empowering PWDs across India. Very warm welcome to you, sir. We're also very happy to have with us Mr. Faisal Nomani, a very equipped individual with a postgraduate degree in social exclusion and inclusive policy and a multi-talented professional known for his diverse roles in field research, employment counseling, disability rights activist, comedian, and speaker. Currently, he is an integral part of RANSAD, India's talent acquisition team, actively driving diversity hiring initiatives. With 7 years of experience, Nomani has facilitated job opportunities for over 500 persons with disabilities across sectors and received the prestigious Helen Keller Award 2022 for his exceptional contributions. Very warm welcome to you. We're also very honored to have with us Ms. Muskan. Ms. Muskan is Assistant Vice President, Global Corporate Social Responsibility Lead, EXL. Ms. Muskan, her work is intensely ingrained in envisaging, developing, and implementing CSR strategies for the organization. She helps EXL drive community engagement, environmental stewardship, philanthropic efforts, and employee engagement through volunteering initiatives to create a meaningful impact on communities we work with. Before taking up a CSR role, Ms. Muskan had led client operations function, training people, engagement, and recruitment. Once again, a warm welcome. We're being joined by Mr. Ketan Kapoor. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Ketan Kapoor. Mr. Ketan Kapoor is the subject matter expert, a DEIB expert ranked 5th globally. Mr. Ketan is an activist, strategist and community mobilizer, advocating for diversity, equity, and inclusion. With a rare disability, osteogenesis imperfecta, type 3, he champions sustainable development, skill enhancement, and equality for disability community. As a consultant for Persistent System Private Limited, he leads LGBTQ advocacy and policy development, facilitating placements for over 5,000 job seekers and coaching thousands on teamwork and performance improvement. Mr. Ketan volunteers extensively supporting initiatives like Pune Smart City, Equal Opportunity for Inclusive Disability People, recognized with national and global awards. His impactful contribution includes advancing universal design and fostering diverse and inclusive workplaces. Huge round of applause, and we welcome him to the panel discussion. We've also been joined by Mr. Siddhant Shah. Mr. Siddhant is founder and CEO Access for All in India's national award-winning disability and accessibility consultancy, specializing in enabling museum, cultural events, and art fairs to cater to people with disabilities, thus democratizing art, notably featured by National Geographic. Their work includes a documentary at the CSMV's Museum, serving as disability access consultant for esteemed institutions like Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya, UNESCO New Delhi, Australian Consulate, and currently with the British Council India. Access for All offers a range of services from access audits to accessible exhibition design and initiatives like Braille tactile art and deaf art. Led by Shah, the organization expertise and extends internationally, collaborating with renowned institutions across India, Pakistan, China, Malaysia, fostering inclusive cultural experiences globally. Very warm welcome and huge round of applause as we welcome you. We've also been joined by Ms. Sushmita Jain, who is the Global Disability Inclusion Lead, Wipro. Ms. Sushmita drives the Global Disability Inclusion Charter at Wipro and is particularly adept at the end-to-end implementation of strategic initiatives focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. She comes with 11 years of diverse experiences across technology, diversity, inclusion, and also vitiligo advocacy. An engineer by qualification, Sushmita founded Support Vitiligo, a volunteer-driven awareness platform and a support network for people with a type of skin condition and their ecosystem. Further, she has also volunteered across India speaking on the issue and raising awareness at colleges and organizations. With those words, once again, welcoming our panelists, and may I now request the moderator of the session to kindly take over. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are going to have this session in a bit of a free flow. There is, we'll have one round from each. When we were having these discussions, there was a lot of questions. We organized it, but honestly, I believe life cannot be structured, right? And what is more important is that we get the best inputs from everyone who are present over here. So we are going to keep it free flow also. We are going to keep it Hindi and English combined. And my focus would be to actually come out with 4 to 5 best practices out of this discussion, which can enable us to overcome challenges and then in a way that can be replicated to the ecosystem. So I'm not sure how much time we have because the original schedule has obviously not been followed. So, as far as time check is concerned, I'll depend on my team to give me the indication. Maybe at half an hour, you can give me one indication and we will see where we are in terms of each of the members. And to each of you, my suggestion is maybe 4 to 5 minutes. If you can look at, your own clocks. It's difficult for me to intervene when people are speaking and I don't want to do that. So just 4 to 5 minutes for each one of you. Please go ahead and, share your experiences. So I'll start with Mato sir. Because Mato sir has been in the Department of Empowerment for Persons with Disability for 15 years. When I recently met him, I came to know that he's handling about 9 to 10 departments. So in a way, he runs the show, right? He really is the backbone of the organization in many which ways. So has better vision about the evolution and the challenges. तो मातो सर मैं आपसे पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि गवर्नमेंट एक इकोसिस्टम का सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट है. आप ही पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क क्रिएट करते हैं, आप ही को डेली लेवल पे चैलेंजेस ऑल ओवर इंडिया से पता चलते हैं, कंपनी साइड पे भी, कैंडिडेट साइड पे भी, और पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क आप उसी हिसाब से बना रहे हैं. तो आप हमसे शेयर करिए कि क्या आपके एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, ये जैसे पीएम दक्ष पोर्टल आपने लॉन्च किया है, उसका क्या विजन है, कैसे अब हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं जिससे कि एम्प्लॉयमेंट फॉर पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी इकोसिस्टम लेवल पे, कंट्री लेवल पे बढ़े, और क्या आपको प्रॉब्लम्स दिख रहे हैं जिसको अभी गवर्नमेंट प्रायोरिटाइज कर रहा है सॉल्व करने के लिए.
थैंक यू कामेश. जैसा कि आप सब लोगों को पता होगा, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस के अंतर्गत डिसेबिलिटी डिवीज़न हुआ करता था. उस समय डिसेबिलिटी पे बहुत कम फोकस था. 2012 में गवर्नमेंट ने डिसेबिलिटी के लिए एक सेपरेट डिपार्टमेंट क्रिएट किया और उसका नाम रखा गया दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण विभाग अपना. उसके पहले हम लोगों के पास 1995 का एक्ट था. वो एक्ट जो था एक तरह से बेशक एक्ट था, बट उसका जो प्रोविजंस जो थे जस्ट रिकमेंडेटरी थे. वो कोई फोर्सेबल इसे करके वो लागू होने वाला नहीं था. 2016 में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने RPWD एक्ट लाया, और ये एक्ट जो है राइट्स ऑफ पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी, पहली बार इसमें PWD को राइट्स दिया गया. और उस राइट्स का पालन, मतलब जो उनका वो अधिकार नहीं मिले, इसके लिए उसमें पैनल प्रोविज़न का भी प्रावधान किया गया, ताकि एक्ट जो अपना काफ़ी अपना रहे. डिपार्टमेंट अलग होने के बाद 2014 से सेपरेटली काम करना शुरू किया, और हम लोगों ने, मेरा सौभाग्य रहा है कि जिस समय डिपार्टमेंट अलग हुआ मैं डिपार्टमेंट में था और मैं उसका साक्षी रहा हूँ. उस समय डिपार्टमेंट के अंतर्गत कोई स्कीमें नहीं थी. 2-3 एक सिप्डा स्कीम हुआ करती थी, DDRS, सिंपल से 2-3 स्कीमें हुआ करती थी. सही जो डिसेबिलिटी सेक्टर में जो काम डिपार्टमेंट के तरफ से शुरू हुआ वो 2014 के बाद स्कॉलरशिप स्कीम, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, एक्सेसिबिलिटी पे एक्सेसिबल इंडिया कैंपेन, ये सब शुरू किए गए 2014 के बाद से. और उसके बाद से अभी हम लोगों ने UDID अपना ये किया, तो काफ़ी मतलब कोशिश डिपार्टमेंट की रही है अपना ये करने का. जहाँ तक हम लोग अभी बैठे हुए हैं डिसेबिलिटी इंक्लूजन का, तो अपने RPWD एक्ट में सफिशिएंट प्रोविज़न है. हमारा सेक्शन 3 राइट टू इक्वलिटी का अपना ही देता है. सबके साथ, किसी के साथ कोई डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं, भेदभाव नहीं करना है. इसके अलावा सेक्शन 20 नॉन डिस्क्रिमिनेशन इन एम्प्लॉयमेंट, एम्प्लॉयमेंट में भी किसी तरह का कोई मतलब ये नहीं करना है, और एक तरह से मैंडेटरी है. जैसा कि मैंने पहले बताया, राइट्स ऑफ पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी एक्ट 2016 में अगर इसका वायलेशन होता है तो इसमें पेनल प्रोविजन भी है अपना ये करने का. एक्ट में ही हमने आपका कमिश्नर फॉर डिसेबिलिटी हमने ये किया, इसको मॉनिटर करने के लिए, उनके जो ग्रीवांसेस हैं ये सब देखने के लिए. सेक्शन 21 जैसे कि अभी आप देखेंगे एम्प्लॉयमेंट का, गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में एम्प्लॉयमेंट के उतने चांसेस नहीं हैं. अभी आज का जो माहौल है, आज का जो सिनेरियो है, इसमें प्राइवेट सेक्टर में जॉब की काफ़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है. तो हमारा एक्ट जो है प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए भी है कि वहाँ भी आपको फॉलो करना है, उसको अपना लागू करना है. नॉन डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का जो प्रोविज़न है वहाँ भी लागू है. एक और प्रोविज़न है अपना वहाँ पे कि जितने भी प्राइवेट सेक्टर हैं उनको अपना एक पर्सन डिसेबिलिटी को हायर करते हैं, अपनी एक पॉलिसी बनानी है इस पे. हमारे ही में आपका जो है सेक्शन 28 का हमने बात किया, रीजनेबल एकोमोडेशन, जैसे कि हम लोग जो आज का विषय है कि वर्कफोर्स को कैसे हम लोग वहाँ पे करें, तो एक्ट में रीजनेबल एकोमोडेशन का प्रोविज़न है. रीजनेबल एकोमोडेशन इन द सेंस कि हमें उस तरह का माहौल वहाँ पे एस्टेब्लिशमेंट में या वहाँ पे बनाना है ताकि हमारे जो PWD हैं वो दूसरों की तरह वहाँ पे अपना ये कर सकें, अपना फील कर सकें, अपना काम अच्छी तरह से कर सकें। उसमें जो भी है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, एसेसिबिलिटी के इश्यूज हैं, आपका आजकल टेक्नोलॉजी अपना ही करने के लिए एसेसिव डिवाइसेस उनको सब देना है और अपना ही करना है। तो एक्ट है, एक्ट में इसमें तो ये है कि 20 से अगर अधिक वो हायर करते हैं तो अपना ये करेंगे, अपनी पॉलिसी नोटिफाई करेंगे और कमिश्नर डिसेबिलिटी को देंगे। वो देने का आपका ये होगा, उसका 2 फायदा है। अगर कोई एम्प्लॉई वहाँ पे उसको कोई दिक्कत होती है, कोई कंप्लेन करता है, तो लाजमी है अगर वो कमिश्नर को अपना करता है, कंप्लेन करता है तो एक्शन होगा। अभी हमारे सेक्रेटरी साहब ये चीफ कमिश्नर ऑफ पर्सन डिसेबिलिटी भी हैं, कुछ काफ़ी इन्होंने बहुत ही मतलब क्रांतिकारी कहेंगे अपना उन्होंने ऑर्डर दिए हैं। एक उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं कि एक कोर्ट मैरिज का सवाल था, लड़की PWD थी, लेकिन जो आपका ये था रजिस्ट्रार का दफ्तर 1st फ्लोर पे था। हमारे सेक्रेटरी साहब ने डिसीजन दिया कि अगर कोर्ट अगर मतलब ग्राउंड पे या तो एसेसिबिलिटी फीचर्स दीजिए और नहीं तो कोर्ट को नीचे ग्राउंड पे आके अपना ही करना पड़ेगा। ये जजमेंट हमारे मतलब CCPD का है ना। ऐसे ही स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया में किसी के साथ दुर्व्यवहार हुआ, हमारे चीफ कमिश्नर ने ऑर्डर दिया कि भाई जो एम्प्लॉय रिस्पॉन्सिबल है वो एक जो है ना यहाँ पे अमर ज्योति अपना है, वहाँ जा करके 1 हफ्ता पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी के साथ रहे और सीखे कि कैसे मतलब उनके साथ ट्रीट करना है, कैसे व्यवहार करना है। तो डिपार्टमेंट अपना कर रहा है। जहाँ तक स्किल की बात है, हम लोगों ने 2015-16 में इसको हमने ही किया था, अलग से बनाया था नेशनल एक्शन प्लान फॉर स्किल डेवलपमेंट। कुछ कारणों से उतना अपना ही नहीं हो पाया, चूँकि डिपार्टमेंट भी डिपेंड करता है मतलब जो हमारे NGOs हैं या ETP हम लोग उनको बोलते हैं, उन पर डिपेंड करता है। वो जितने एक्टिव होंगे, जितने वो कॉम्पिटेंट होंगे, उतना ही उसका असर आता है। तो इसके बाद हमारे सेक्रेटरी साहब आए और इनके ही में हम लोगों ने PM दक्ष हमने ही किया, एक पोर्टल हमने बनाया, एक ये 1 स्टॉप सॉल्यूशन है जिसमें स्किलिंग भी है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी है। उसके 2 मॉड्यूल हैं। कहीं से भी कोई अपना उस पर अप्लाई करें, कोई बच्चा अपना अप्लाई करे, ठीक है ना, उसका जो कोर्स अपना करना है, कहाँ पे वो करना चाह रहा है, उसका हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं। एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए हमने काफ़ी जो जॉब एग्रीगेटर हैं या कंपनियां हैं, जिसमें अमेरिकन फाउंडेशन भी हमारे साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, अमेजोन है, यूथ फॉर जॉब है, सार्थक है, इन सब के साथ हम जुड़ के अपना ही कर रहे हैं। और मेरा ये मानना है कि ना सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट, आप लोग भी सब काम कर रहे हैं, हमारे जो भी अपना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है अलग अलग, अगर साथ मिल के अगर हम लोग कुछ करें तो हम लोग अधिक कर सकते हैं। तो हम लोग भी प्रयास हम ये कर रहे हैं PM दक्ष के माध्यम से कि हम लोग सबको साथ लें। हमारे पास डाटा है डिपार्टमेंट के पास, हम आपको उपलब्ध कराएं, आपके पास मतलब ये हैं जॉब्स हैं या जिस तरह का आपको हेल्प करना है आप करें, और PM दक्ष पे हम लोग अपना ही कर रहे हैं सर।
थैंक यू माथुर सर, दैट वाज फैंटास्टिक। एंड मैं सर आपको आपके डिपार्टमेंट को कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूँ, बिकॉज 2 साल पहले हमने काम करना शुरू किया था। एक बार NHFDC से हम बात कर रहे थे, तब हमें बताया गया था कि 8000 लोग सिर्फ UDID जो यूनिक डिसेबिलिटी आइडेंटिफिकेशन सर्टिफिकेट है वो प्राप्त कर चुके हैं। But everyone in the audience, I'm very happy to tell you that in 2 to 3 years, the department has increased that from 8,000 to 10 million, 1 crore today.
अभी हम लोग 1 करोड़ तक पहुंच गए हैं और काफ़ी इसको हम लोग मतलब ये कर रहे हैं और जल्दी ही हम लोग मतलब इसको सर्टिफिकेट कर रहे हैं।
And this is really high tech because you can actually look at along with the UDID, there is a geotagging. Am I right? That is, geotagging is there, therefore you can know the clusters of places where the maximum number of persons with disability are spread across the country. And that is something that corporates can take up in terms of their hiring policy and alignment, because that kind of visibility and data really comes up. So I think I will now move on to our next speaker. And there are questions, मेरे पास कुछ सवाल है मातो sir, but I think we will cover the table and then we will come back to those questions. So from the government, I want to now move to Sushmita and look at what is happening in Wipro. And I know that the spirit and the intent is there, and Wipro is doing a lot of things, right? But what are the challenges that you are seeing? What are the best practices you have come out with? And also, how are you leveraging, technology? So, yeah, Sushmita, over to you.
Yeah, hello everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. So, Wipro has been in this journey since 2010. So, by that you can understand that there will be a good number of colleagues who are already part of the organization, right? So, the top challenges which I would like to, which we have witnessed is, one is in any organization there will be a good number of people who are in free pool, bench, right? And on the other hand, like people on bench already face challenges in terms of getting the right opportunity based on the demand and the requirement. On the other hand, when it's a person with disability, the kind of challenges faced will be multifold, right? So in that case, what we have done is, and based on our observations, especially people with speech and hearing impairment, like people from the deaf community, right? They were facing further challenges in comparison to people with other disabilities. I mean, just as an observation which we saw out of the group present. So what we saw is the effective usage of sign language, right? Like how many actually use sign language interpretation for their day-to-day communication, which is a reasonable adjustment in itself. Right, so what we have done is we have scaled our sign language support, interpretation support. We have partnered with an external also, Signable. And now, so there were two challenges. One is redeployment, just to focus. Another one was also the lack of advocacy or the awareness among colleagues. This is my right, I can come forward and ask for an interpreter, or I can ask for a support, and these are the policies in place. So when we started having more conversations, more focus group discussions, more organizational level events, we saw more people coming forward and requesting for support. And as a result, a good number of colleagues have been redeployed. Of course, it's still a work in progress, but yeah, many colleagues have been redeployed, they're retained in the organization, and they're also seeing growth. Of course, career growth is another focus. I won't say that is fully addressed, that is still a work in progress. What we do is we work directly with colleagues with lived experiences. We also form working groups and see what is to be done, and we involve the respective stakeholders as well. So this is how it has been, happening, and this is how we are able to work with the community, with the leadership, and that is how we are seeing changes as well. And now, just to give you a glimpse, we have already had a framework called Create, right, which cuts across the life cycle of a colleague. Whether it's career, career recruitment, enablement, engagement, training, and accessibility. Right, it focuses across. So, and also two important governing policies which you all would be aware of. One is the Equal Employment Opportunity Policy, which is also in line with the RPWD Act 2016 in India. Another one is the policy on reasonable accommodations or adjustments at the workplace. When we speak about, just in a short form, RA, it is anything and everything, right? Whether it's a screen reader software, sign language interpretation support, even colleagues requesting flexibility in work, at work. So everything is, covered as part of that. So, so just to focus on, some of the best practices which has actually further helped us is leveraging the days of observances. So in a year, disability inclusion needs to be a dialogue throughout the year, right? So, for example, in January, we had the World Braille Day. So we had conversations around the usage of Braille. We had colleagues with vision impairment, come forward and speak, interact with colleagues at large. So these things have helped us in bringing more awareness. During IDPWD in December, so we had many speakers. We had around 30 speakers come forward, speak with the community. So over the last one year, we have seen an increase of around 30 to 40% in self-declarations in colleagues, because they see the need, they come forward, they feel safe to self-identify, and also request for reasonable adjustments as required. And we have systems in place, Like I'll just cover it maybe. So for example, in terms of voluntary self-declaration, of course, there is persons with disability, where we have the 21 disabilities, which is as per the Act. And also there is specify any other, like any other disability. And also there are people with chronic medical conditions, which might also lead to an impairment. Right? And there are also short-term conditions, right? Whether it's a person who had faced an accident, has a short-term impairment, you know. So there are different categories we have in place for people to self-identify. And also there is also one option for primary caregivers. So during April last year, I mean, Joel was one of our speakers who's also part of the audience here. So we've seen that when we had many conversations around autism and neurodivergence. So as a result, many parents who were employees, like parents to children with autism and neurodivergent young adults, came forward, you know, and they started giving, you know, being more vocal about their needs. So as a result, towards the end of the year, we were able to include a coverage for children with autism as part of the medical insurance, where a certain amount of, you know, amount is included as part of the insurance, where a parent can come and claim for whether it's therapy, rehabilitation, and so on. We are still developing it, but, you know, conversations with people, with the community really helps in bringing in more change. Right, so that has really helped us. And having systems in place like for self-declaration, self-identification, and also for reasonable adjustments. We have 2 applications, you know, in place where people can come forward based on their comfort and agency, they take it up. So, and this is also governed by the data privacy and GDPR regulations, right? Because this data is personal sensitive information, and it's also handled accordingly.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Sushmita.
Sushmita, I will request to sign MOU with that department, you too also.
Yes,
we
yes.
Will, I am requesting you.
Sure, we are in touch with your team, yeah.
So, you know, I think what Sushmita mentioned is exactly the reason why, you know, platforms like Diverse are required. You know, so many good best practices are being followed, and every time I'm sure she'll speak, we will continue to get surprised by what is actually operationally happening, right? We want to take these kind of best practices to the rest of the world, because these are tried, tested in the same ecosystem, in the same business case scenario. Wipro is one of the leading organizations of the country, right? And within that ecosystem, this has been implemented. How can we ensure that this is done then at scale? And to respond to, you know, the aspect about sign language, and all the corporates who are present over here, we actually initiated a sign language for beginners course for corporates. And that is available online. It's free of cost. Please go ahead. We did an initial program in that, and there was extremely good traction. Sushmita, I do want to have one question before I move to the next. Everything related to disability, somewhere there has to be a leadership involvement, right? Otherwise, it is very difficult to kind of churn this ecosystem and in a way break through those mountains and create those tunnels. So how was your leadership involved? What was the genesis of it? Where did this idea come from? Like I want to, you know, remember how Lemon Tree said that Lemon Tree's CMD decided that they will become the most inclusive organization, and so they did it. So how was the leadership involvement, and what was the genesis of, you know, the whole focus on disability, like you mentioned in 2010 or 11? Yeah.
Thank you so much for asking that. That is very important. So, currently, the disability inclusion comes under DEI, which is under the Chief Culture Officer, Sunita Rebecca Cherian. She has been very intentional about it, and the entire organization, even the top leadership, right? And the beauty about everything is when we say leadership, it's of course the culture office and also everybody, like whether it's a leader from the talent acquisition, workforce management, whether it's from an accessibility standpoint, whether it's a chief information officer, the facilities and admin, the leader, like all these leaders, you know, we also have leadership connects with those senior leaders with the community once every quarter or even twice a quarter. Right, and there is why we have it is like we telling something, we going and sharing our observations is one thing, but when the leader directly interacts with the colleague with the lived experience, and when they hear that this is what I need, this is what is lacking, it has a different impact, and it helps in bringing a lot of change. So the leadership involvement has been really amazing. I mean, I would say, of course, there will be 5% of the workforce who need more awareness, more sensitization, but majority of the leadership have been really supportive, and they see the value and the potential in disability inclusion, right? They see the business case in it. So that's the main thing.
Kamesh, just 1 minute regarding leadership. For the first time, पहली बार सेक्रेटरी साहब ने हमारे, मैं एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन भी देखता हूँ, तो उन्होंने अपने किया कि भाई कि हम लोग शिक्षा देते हैं, हम लोग अपने यहाँ कितना हम लोग मतलब पीडब्ल्यूडी को, तो फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम हमने यंग प्रोफेशनल हाईली पेड 50,000 to 60,000 हमने यंग प्रोफेशनल हायर किए, लोकोमोटर डिसेबिलिटी, आपका ये SHI, विजुअल डिसेबिलिटी, और बढ़िया से वो काम कर रहे हैं। जहाँ तक मैं बात करी साइन लैंग्वेज का, सेक्रेटरी साहब हमारे बहुत अपनाए हैं, वो वर्कशॉप हम लोग ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं, और खेल खेल में हम लोग बहुत चीज़ें सीख जाते हैं। आज हमारा डिपार्टमेंट उनके वजह से कम गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड आफ्टरनून, ठीक है ना, इतना तो जरूर अपना सीख गया है, और बढ़िया से हम लोग इंटरेक्ट भी उनसे कर ले रहे हैं। और इस सेक्रेटरी साहब का मतलब, हाँ, तो ये लीडरशिप का अपना ही करने के लिए, ठीक है ना, तो गुड आफ्टरनून करने का
Really great. Thank you, Sushmita. And I'm assuming that there has been a significant increase in the number of persons with disability. You know, I'm a Marwadi, so I'll come back to the business in terms of how much employment has actually increased in as far as persons with disability are concerned. And, you know, because of the culture, because of the community engagement, have you actually seen, I know sensitivity around numbers is always there, but have you seen a significant increase in the number of hirings, and is there any you know, data points that we can have on what is the kind of increase with the sensitivities taken care of?
Sure. I mean, I feel more than like hiring, I feel there are always a good number of colleagues already part of the organization who may not come forward, right? So when we increase the engagements throughout the year, like I said, January we had World Braille Day, right? Similarly, April we have Autism Awareness Month, May is GAD, Global Accessibility Awareness, September is on, you know, sign language awareness and people from the deaf community. December is one of the biggest, right? IDPWD. So we leverage every single, observance just to have, it's just an excuse to have more conversations while we must be having anyways, right? So that has helped. We see many people joining in, many primary caregivers joining in. And of course, since it is also has an alignment with the reasonable adjustments, people come forward, feel safe, you know, ask for it. And that's where we have seen a significant increase. Right. Like stories help, you know, people when they hear, you know, like especially after COVID, you would have seen there are many people who have acquired a health condition or a disability, right? So that's when, you know, and we are very vulnerable, like how, the earlier dignitary said, right? Like it is very taxing also. When you interact with so many people going through a lot, it also has a toll on your mental health. And as a professional, as a team, we always have to work with every stakeholder. Everybody is in different level of awareness. So taking everybody together, because it's very important to work with everyone, irrespective of whether you agree or not, right? Because only collective effort helps in such a domain.
Thanks, Sushmita. And that's the reason why in our diverse certification, leadership culture, community engagement and employment practices, these are three of the, you know, core, aspects. And now I'm getting indications of time, so I'll move quickly to Muskan. Muskan, I want you to share about one of the best practices that we as an organization, AIF, has been trying to promote, so that, hiring a person with disability matches with the expectations of corporates. And I believe in Pune, you have done a pilot on hire and train where, you know, as a CSR team, you also funded it. And then those people were also, in a way, recruited and absorbed. And obviously, EXL is a multi-billion-dollar organization, so there has been a business case in that. So quickly, I want you to share on what kind of experience you had and how is it going? How is that, program going, and what is the, successes you've seen out of that program of hiring the person with disability? I believe all of them are visually impaired, if I'm not wrong.
There are speech and hearing impaired.
Speech and hearing, okay. Yeah, please.
So thanks, Kamesh. First of all, I just want to say how inspired I am being on this panel, listening to Sushmita and Sunil, sir. So thank you so much for all the insights you are sharing, and that's only helping me learn more and do good in the future. So thanks, Kamesh, for that question. So last year, so we started brainstorming that we want to make our programs more inclusive, right? We always talk about only two genders, male, female, right? So that's not the only diversity that we stand for. So diversity is beyond being a male or a female, right? So we thought about how can we make our programs more inclusive, our organizational culture be more inclusive. So getting into conversation with AIF, we planned a program which was to hire, train, and place a group of candidates with speech and hearing impairment. So that was the start of our inclusive journey to understand what it means. And as an organization, there was a lot of work that we have to do to be inclusive, to be able to induct the workforce with disability, in as easy manner as we would do for ourselves, right? So it began with, understanding what are the needs in the society, what kind of resources are available, what kind of jobs they are willing to do. As an EXL, we are a data analytics and transformation company, right? So we have to look for what opportunities we can provide. We also have an outsourcing business, where we have blended and back office voice operations. So we thought we could have, people first be ready on the, basic job readiness program, go through a 3-month training program to, understand the basics of the jobs, be ready to be employed. So that was an employment readiness program we did in collaboration with American India Foundation. And to just do that, we collaborated with a lot of stakeholders, like Sushmita was just mentioning. It's a lot of work, right? You have to bring all the stakeholders together, right from your training, your HR, your facilities, your transportation, and whatnot. And having a leadership buy-in, you also spoke about that, right? So having leadership buy-in and your clients being engaged and inclusive. So our journey started from top down. Our organization is ready to be inclusive and is of a mindset that inclusion brings, better improvement, right? So then we started with, creating very inclusive training programs. So one of the challenges to talk about in training, because we don't know how to train, right? So the first question in the mindset of the trainers was, will the learners be able to learn fast, or are they going to be slow learners, being speech and hearing impaired? So our question was, are you ready to provide the training efficiently? Are you equipped? Are you inclusive to do that? So that was the change in the mindset. So one of the things I've learned is disability is a mindset. That is what we need to change in order to become inclusive, right? So that is where our journey started. We started talking about it. How can we change our training programs? How can we, and that was the start where we actually onboarded a sign language expert, to be on our team at the organization, to be a bridge of communication between the new resources coming in, joining our organization, and the existing resources, right? And then that led to a very successful, programmatic approach of training, induction, doing a graduation. And today, we have these resources and they are working really well, right? They, of course, need support, right? We cannot expect everyone to be at par, right? So there is a proper training. There is, the monthly performance reviews, discussions, what you need support with, what can we do better, because it's our responsibility as an organization, right? And we're also thinking how we can, elevate their performance, how can we include more resources, how can, this be a, business model for other, stakeholders in the organization to adopt, right? Because it's a start that we have made, right? And so this has actually opened a lot of doors. Talking about another challenge that we had was because in India, right, we do provide the transport facilities to our employees, back and forth. So the question was that how is the driver going to communicate, right? So so instead of a phone call, there is a messaging service that was launched in order to have an effective communication with the people, right? So yeah, I think that has really worked well, and we do connect, on a monthly and quarterly basis to understand what support is required. Additionally, one thing that we have done to, educate the entire organization is we have launched, disability inclusive training programs, where we've also started talking about sign language. So I myself did not know sign language before, and now I know at least the alphabets A to Z, right? So that's a start that you make, and you make people aware, about the basic disability etiquettes and awareness, so that you are able to eliminate the misconceptions. So I think with that, I'll give it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Muskan. And I think this has, been moving quite smoothly, starting from the policy framework, moving on to an organization which has done it at scale, to an organization which is, taking a lot of steps towards moving. And now I want to bring in a disability champion, a person who has been, propagating the ideas, practices, working with companies, both at large scale and small scale. So Ketan, what has been your experiences, the kind of challenges that you have faced, the role of technology? Over to you on how do you feel this, disability inclusion ecosystem should evolve from here?
Yeah, am I correctly audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry if in audience, because of my structure, my voice might be slightly different on the microphone, but I hope you can hear me well. Before I answer your question, may I take a 1 minute liberty of expressing myself?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Firstly, thank you to AIF, Jay Kumar, Kameshu, and Matthew sir for having me. And before even I move in any direction, I think we should all kudos to AIF, what wonderful job they are doing. And to sir, also to you, under the government of India, thank you so much what you were doing for our beloved Divyangjans. Just adding to it one thing, my name is not correctly mentioned there. Just adding to it is a B, and I'm no more working with persistent right now. Just adding to the part of it. I'd like to again take another 30 seconds, and I am a very strong believer. I believe that what we say in our life, it echoes back. It's energy. This is proven science. So when I say the word like disability, I believe that we should, because we all are trying and we are talking here to give a meaningful life to differently able people. So I think we should use more different kind of words rather than disability or, blind. We should use like, visually impaired. Because what we say is again a title which is more dignified. Like even our Pradhan Mantri from Apang, he tried to give a more meaningful like Divyangjan. So I think that we should try to use more often. I know the practice will get there, but I think that will create more meaningfulness. We are trying to give meaningful employment and equal employment opportunity. Answering to your question is very simple. And I will not speak in a typical diverse champion of a corporate. I will speak in a way it should be understood by every layman. We as a human has a tendency of understanding is about simple demand and supply. And trust me, the supply is always around us. When you talk about technological stuff, I give you a very most complex example. When you had a privilege of working with neurodivers. Many times, even the many Fortune 100 companies talk about it nowadays. The PPT presentation days are gone. And trust me, because presentation sometimes, when you make a PPT, people who are neurodivers, they are not comfortable with loud colors. They try to, we started introducing one of my companies called concept boards. Basically make them more, interactive, and it's more simpler in the like PPT, because PPT has a lot of layers to layers to layers when you try to make a presentations. For 25 terms of disability, which our country recognizes correctly, I believe there is a challenge which we understand, but also maybe we are knowing about it, but we have a back turns. There could be more than one disability in a person. There where we stand still. And that time you cannot only depend on technological assistive. There has to be a bend of human assistive as well. Because that is the one thing which will create a perfect gel to make the person more operative, more successful in his role, whichever he or she likes to go for it. And adding to a part of it, because in larger interest of time, I'm sure my more esteemed friends here have more to share. In any kind of employment, when we are trying to create a value, as we understand, and I love the way you said it, Kamlesh, ROI. That is everything. When you try to create an ROI in everything, even if it's Divyangjans or any kind of different diversities, trust me, business regards you more. Otherwise, you'll be seen under CSR lens. Simple. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's so true, as I was mentioning earlier, the entrepreneurial approach to impact, right? Where our focus is not profits, but impact, but support, but the mindset has to be entrepreneurial. We'll have the entrepreneurship session, and even in that, my whole point is, how is the market linkage going to happen? So ROI and creating business cases is absolutely the most essential. And with that, I will come to our, next speaker, Mr. Faisal Ashraf Numrani from Randstad, who is the lead of talent acquisition over there. And Faisal, I want to know, again, talent acquisition is very essential for a skilling and employment program. So I want to know what are the, challenges you are facing on your front in terms of talent acquisition across the country, and how is this whole disability inclusion ecosystem in a way evolving, and what are the ways in which technology is being leveraged at your end?
Hi everyone. So yeah, I think there are a lot of challenges, and so Randstad is working in India for almost 30 plus years, but after COVID we have started this practice hiring people with disabilities. So last year, we have hired people with disabilities, including people from LGBTQI communities. And of course, AIF helped us a lot in that hiring drive. They helped us in the job fair. Through that, we have hired 2 people. So thank you so much for that. And yes, diversity hiring, it's not easy. So being a recruiter, whenever we have any kind of positions, we just go to Naukri and LinkedIn and find candidates. But when it comes to finding candidates with disabilities, it's not easy. Because you will not find them on Naukri, you will not find them on LinkedIn. For that, you have to have a connection with NGOs, you have to have the networks, and of course, the understanding. So last year, we have done this project called Randstad for All, where we have hired these people. And in my team, we have around 15 people. And of course, they are working in this space for many, many years, but they did not have any exposure hiring people with disabilities. So a lot of assumptions we had. And of course, since we were hiring for the business, I remember whenever we had this interview, people, they were calling me what to ask, how to ask, is this the right language? So I told them, just go with the flow. They are the candidates. Interview them as you interview the others. And because whenever we meet people with disabilities, whenever we interview, whenever we talk, we have a lot of assumptions and stereotypes. And I believe because we did not have the exposure, being with them in our schools. And so, for example, if someone is having 10, 20 years of experience and they have never had a chance being with any person with disabilities, they have a lot of assumptions. And of course, thanks to our media, whatever we have seen in the movies and, we just believe on them. And whenever we see people with disabilities, we see from a very different angle, very, very different angle. So of course, hiring people with disabilities, it's not really challenging. But yes, I do believe when we work together, whatever we think about them, whatever we have thought about them, it helps us to remove all the barriers. And I remember when if I can give you my example, when I have done my education, I had a fear of being rejected because of my disability. So I did not mention anything about my disability in my resume. But when I have joined, I have joined one NGO, and I was the only employee with disabilities. And I have worked over there for around 3 years. And, every time I used to feel they are like struggling, and they were always, how to treat, how to be, mingle and all of these things. So, but yes, if we think from a very inclusive manner, we see they are the people, individuals. So that's the reason we call it persons with disabilities, right? Earlier we used to call handicap and, physically challenged and all of these things. So that's the reason we have started calling, and it's a universal language nowadays. So first we have to address someone as a person. Then I think there is no challenge. Because if you see, for example, if I am a hiring manager, if I am seeing a person from their disability angle only, I won't be able to hire them, of course. But if I see it through from the skill angle, education angle and everything, which I do for other candidates, of course I will be able to do that. And of course, technology plays a crucial role. And I always say, I cannot walk, but I can roll because of the technology. And of course, many people who cannot, work on the computers because of their vision impairment, they can work with the help of screen readers and magnifiers and other devices. And I think every person in this world are now using the technology. But when it comes to us using technology by people with disabilities, it's always, become stigma. So for example, if I am having some certain needs, you'll feel like, oh my God, you have to do a lot of things to accommodate me. But everyone, for example, here we can see a lot of people, I'm sure you all have come by cabs, metros and everything. So that is your, you also need that. This is my permanent need. So where is the difference? So we just have to, think in a very positive manner. And then of course, when we will work together, then of course all the stereotypes and stigmas which we have in our minds, that will be removed. And of course, if I talk about the best practices, which we do in Randstad. So of course, we have inclusive policy, and we have inclusive recruitment practices also. So whenever we are interviewing people, we always sensitize the team, the business, everyone. And we have ERGs, different ERGs. And we have one of the ERGs called Access Forward, where we drive the awareness amongst the employee. And through that, we have a lot of, awareness about disabilities, about the challenges, and what are the solutions. And of course, recently, these diversity hiring are added in our KPIs also. So everyone is, thinking through that manner. And they are very, excited to know what are diversity hiring and challenges. And of course, when we think about challenges, we suddenly come up with solutions. So where there is a challenge, there is a solution. And of course, digital accessibility and all of these things. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Faisal. And, I know we are probably already over with time, so I'll just take one more minute before I go to the last, definitely not the least, Siddhant, who will bring in access for all and his ideas on that. But in 2021, this whole trigger of how to build the ecosystem in the corporates actually started with the research. The research document is there. Please have a look at it. We also have the Disability Inclusion Toolkit, which is available. It was a project that was funded by SBI Foundation and Microsoft. where in the BFSI sector, we came to know that only 10% of the organizations even have an inclusion policy, right? I still feel very shocked about it, that if only 10% of the organization even have an inclusion policy, how is the next step even going to happen? And Faisal, what you just mentioned about, policy framework, the talent acquisition policy, all of that coming together, it really, gels with what our idea is and in a way resonates with why a platform like Diverse is important, so that these conversations begin. And many of the great ideas that you have implemented, Sushmita has implemented, Muskan has implemented, can be taken to the world and organizations can align to that. So Siddhant, I'm now going to hand it over to you to share your experiences, and I know you have a lot of technology related experiences, but just over to you. And can we have a time check, because I do want 1 or 2 questions from the audience. I do have a bunch of questions, honestly, I'm holding myself back, but I do want to have a time check. Okay, 10 minutes. So Siddhant, 5 minutes for you and 5 minutes for the audience and 5 minutes for me out of those 10 minutes.
That's exactly the kind of emails I get from corporates. They're like, we need to do something, but it was supposed to happen yesterday and we make it possible. That's the job that Access for All does. That's the consultancy that we provide. Good that we started on that note. Kem cho bada? Mashallah. I was not trying to be political, but I was just trying to get your attention, because that's the best way to do so. Because I was suddenly seeing everybody like, "Chala, abhi phone pe dekhte, bahut baat ho rahi hai." As everyone is sharing their experience, I am happy that I came in at the end, because Access for All as a consultancy is a bridge between multiple stakeholders. We are a bridge between an NGO or a funding body versus a community, or we are a bridge between a corporate organization who wants to do something within the organization, or through CSR wants to do something outside. So talking about our best practices, on an average we work with corporates, we receive emails of almost around 50 to 70 corporates in a year. We work with around 12 or 13 of them, and then successful projects are 3 of those, which then are successful because they go beyond that 1 year duration period of March ending mein khatam karna hai, aap jaldi projections dijiye next. And I'm being very honest, sorry for that. But 2 things that we learned over here was that in order to move forward and in order to like start hiring and everything, one question that everyone, and I would suggest all of you can ask this, is that are we diversity hiring ready? Because you can aim to be accessible, you can aim, today AIF can aim to bring in everyone over here, but they would have thought of venue accessible hai, stage accessible hai, is the place inclusive for different groups to come in? Are we looking at the intersectionality of gender and diversity, so that disability, so that if we need to use, is there a washroom where it is gender neutral for the person to come in? And that's where we start looking at the infrastructure that we have first. So that's one of the things that we do. We do a detailed analysis and access audit of the properties. We work with corporates, like range of them, like some with ND, I can't speak their name, but like where there is a possibility like Colgate. We've worked with them across their plants. We've gone inside the plants to understand white collar job, blue collar jobs, and accessibility for all of them. How does it impact in that space? While we do that, we also start looking at what is the need, and that other need is about making sure that, of course, you are diversity hiring ready or not, and then decide whether you can hire an employee. We also do job mappings, where there are JDs that are available which get floated outside, but then is your JD mapped well with the job that you have? And the accessibility audit that we do, we have created a checklist of that. So against that entire matrix, we then help them identify that these would be areas that you can reach out to. In some, we also reach out from those 21 disabilities, but we also help them understand for the fact that it does not stop at 21 disabilities. If somebody identifies as color blindness, which is not recognized under the space, then what do? Do you give them a job or not? That's where the ethics of the organization comes in. And then they start working around that. So that's one part of learning that. The second one that I particularly feel is the fire extinguisher method. That is my model. Anybody over here who's ever used a fire extinguisher? I hope not. God forbid that situation for you. Anyone has ever seen a fire extinguisher? Yes, by the raise of hand, yes, you have. You know, there बहुत एक सुंदर चीज लिखा हुआ है उसमें. Do not position the fire extinguisher on the top of the fire, but hit at the source of the fire. Okay, the fire could be massive, but that source needs to go off. Once the source goes off, then you start working in that. And we realized that what was that source, and hence we started working on the backward integration, where we started working with institutes that affect. So like we work with organizations through their CSR in a model that we've called it's C2C, which is coaching with caregiver, where you develop skill building, you develop training of people, because in a corporate space, it's not only hiring a person there, because a corporate can play a very big role in that. You know, it's not only about hiring, but look at inclusive supply chain. You know, you start hiring your vendors who come from that background. Because I have my numbers with me, 83% is the unorganized sector that a corporate works with, and only 17% of the organized sector is what a corporate is working with. That 83% is almost the 93% of the people of the community that we are talking about. So when a corporate is hiring, but they are also putting up an event, is your service that you are dealing with, is that accessible? Can you reach out to those agencies also? So we work with some of the CSR organizations where we set up inclusive libraries, we design braille books. We also work extensively with the corporate setup, taking it to the creative industry, because creative industry, unfortunately, in some parts of it falls under the unorganized sector. So as Sir was talking about in the morning, that, you know, in the creative space where you have artists, you have designers, you have different groups, how do you also start making sure that they go beyond that candle making thing? You know, how do you introduce technology? And that's where we did during the entire time of COVID. We were supported by British Council, and we launched India's first artist residency for artists with diverse ability. And we use the word, instead of disability, diverse ability, because that's something that connects all of us. Like today, if I remove my glasses, it becomes difficult for me to see anyone. Then I don't get the visual feedback of somebody nodding also. And then I was like, kya hua, samajh mein aa raha hai ki nahi? Because that becomes the impact. And we use the medium of technology between two countries, between UK and in India, working with a group of artists, getting them placed, making sure that on the same call we had a British Sign Language interpreter, there was an Indian Sign Language interpreter, there was somebody who was transcribing the entire thing live, because somewhere sadly the technology's auto-captioning calls me Sudam, and instead of Siddhan, and like it changes the context, you know, like how this was doing. And I think one of us on the panel only put it up on the group while we were discussing, we were using the auto-correct option, that you need to insert the right requirement. That's where the need, and you understand through the need of the group that's there. Based on that, we also work with, as I said, with NGOs and all, to understand that if there's a CSR agency, how do you align their goals? Because I met a person, I started working 9 years ago in the field, and I started working in this space because of my invisible disability and my mother's visual impairment together putting me in the space. I came across this person in the blind school in Jaipur, and he said, "Sir, मेरे पास 9 cane sticks है. हर बार कोई आता है, हमको वो donation drive में वो देके चला जाता है. And there are 9. He's like, I will use 1, I will have 2, but मैं बाकी 7 तो ऐसे ही पड़े हुए हैं. वो किसी और के शायद काम आ सकते थे." And that's where we realized that corporates do need something which is like a CSR management plan, that it's not only about giving them that. And that's where we started creating braille books. We started creating things around that. We also are happy to say that we created one of the first braille book on menstrual hygiene, which was supported by Indian Express CSR. So, which then goes around to different agencies, that goes around to different places. Through that part, we also start putting the artists, taking them only from, you know, a place where they're creating an artwork and being able to showcase, also allowing them to travel to different places to showcase their works and all. So I think these became the model. And while we were doing that, I'm going to take you a minute. I know you've picked up your mic to tell me that time is up. But 1 minute, just last all 1
of my
minute.
15 minutes.
No. Now, the part of C2C that we talk about, coaching with caregivers, became important because during COVID, we got a parent who said that, "Sir, other than anything, my child would go to his OT session, would go to the school, but now today I am a parent and I also matters, be it technology or non-tech space." So that's our idea.
Thanks a lot, Siddhant. That was very good. And, you know, that's what I was mentioning for the specialists. AIF is just playing the role of being a catalyst and creating these platforms so that these conversations can happen, right? So I think, the only thing I'm afraid of in my whole life is my team's time checks. And that has become vehement now. Like, I'm having time checks from all over. So I will close it. I don't have any, we don't have time for questions, but I'm happy to take questions offline. I just want to summarize that I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the panelists. We are trying to build this ecosystem in this way of bringing together everyone and, taking it forward. And I do want to appreciate one person, and this is outside the schedule. Mr. Samar is here. He's the one who actually showed confidence in us 3 years back, because of whom this program is successful. Samar, could you just stand up? And guys, can everyone give a big round of applause, because all the funding support that we've got today to be able to do all this kind of ecosystem building has been because of what confidence Samar expressed in all of us. So, yeah, so this is the way I do some spontaneous things in between, but thanks a lot, Samar. Okay, thank you very much, and it was wonderful speaking to all of you, and I'm happy to take and encourage online conversations with all the panelists. Thank you.
I would begin by apologizing and saying sorry for being a tough cop. We had to keep a time check, but thank you.
Good if you are.
Yeah. But ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, sure. We would just want everybody, I know it's been a very interesting and intriguing session. Can we put our hands together and thank them? And thank you for keeping up the time. But we'll take a moment of yours. We'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude by presenting a memento. And may I request Mr. Smita Mahapatra, Program Manager, able to kindly join us onto the stage and present a memento to Shri Sunil Kumar Mahato. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for sparing some time for us, and we are very valued your presence here, and thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. It stays as an inspiration. Huge round of applause as we thank Shri Sunil Kumar Mahato. Dhanyavad, sir. We now thank Mr. Faisal Ashraf Numani. Thank you so much, Faisal, for sharing your thoughts. It'll stay with us. Thank you so much, Ms. Muskan Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause as I request Mr. Smita to kindly present a memento to Ms. Muskan Jain. Thank you once again. Thank you so much, Smita, for doing the honors, and kindly stay back, Smita. May I now request Ms. Rajwinder Kaur to kindly join us onto the stage. Ms. Rajwinder Kaur is Manager Grant Reporting. May I request you to kindly present a memento to Mr. Ketan Kapoor. Thank you. Presenting a memento to Mr. Ketan Kapoor. Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor, for inspiring us with your words. May I once again request you, Mr. Rajwinder, to kindly present a memento to Mr. Siddhant Shah. Very vibrant words from Mr. Siddhant Shah. Thank you so much. Our heartfelt gratitude to Mrs. Smita Jain. Thank you, Smita, for inspiring us with your words. Once again, requesting you, ma'am, to kindly present a memento to Mrs. Smita Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're doing a tough job, but we'll ask you to continue to do so. Thank you so much. And keep up the energy as I now request Ms. Rajwinder Kaur to kindly present a memento to the moderator of the session. Great job. What a wonderful job, Mr. Kamesh Sanghi. Thank you so much for making an interesting session. Thank you so much. I request all the members on the stage.
I'm so glad to receive this from Rajwinder because, you know, she is the star of our program. A real pillar for me. And I very fondly call her Hanuman. She's been in the organization for 10 years because literally wherever I have a crisis, I just call up Rajwinder and say, okay, look, today this is your job. and she takes it up and she gets it done, and it is really amazing. And the most important thing is she does it with a smile without ever losing temper. So let's put our hands together for Rajvinder. And I'm so thankful that she's giving this to me.
Thank you so much for that note. Beautiful, and how encouraging is that for all of us here. We really value that. May I request all the members on the stage to kindly step forward for a group photograph. This is much needed. We need to capture it in our memories and in our lenses. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being so wonderful. We would quickly take this moment to capture it, and after that we will go for a networking break, which will be for exactly 15 minutes. For now, we capture this moment in our lenses. Our friends from media are here to capture this moment in their cameras. Once again, our heartfelt gratitude to our panelists for sharing their thoughts and inspiring all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, with this moment, we conclude our first panel discussion. We would be moving to our second panel discussion after the networking break. It's exactly for 15 minutes. But in the meantime, I have a request. We would request you to spend some time for this beautiful exhibition which has been laid down for you by Purvanchal Gramin Seva Samiti, led by the rural women entrepreneurs. We also have a stall by NeoMotion, redefining assistive wheelchairs, a stall by National Association for Blind, and also Diverse. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to this announcement. We would request you all to take the pledge to inclusive by scanning the QR code which is present at the Diverse stall. Kindly please join us for the pledge to inclusion. And join us back in 15 minutes for our next session, which is going to be on enablers and best practices to elevate entrepreneurs with disability. In 15 minutes, we would see you here. Thank you so much for your attention and your patience. Request the moderator of the session to take over. May I say a few words about the distinguished panelist? Our moderator of the session, Ms. Anupam Shukla, is a seasoned impact evaluation enthusiast with over 16 years of experience in various critical areas, including women's agency, migration, maternal and child health, education, reproductive health, livelihoods, and HIV/AIDS within India. Proficient in designing, monitoring, evaluation, and learning frameworks, and conducting comprehensive evaluations, Anupam excels in synthesizing evidence for learning initiatives and projects, portfolio strategy development, and executing research studies. She holds a dual master's degree specializing in population studies from the esteemed International Institute of Population Science, Mumbai, and health management from the renowned Institute of Health Management Research, Jaipur. Strongly driven by a personal mission to improve ROI in MERL, Anupam is passionate about making evidence accessible, palatable, simple, and usable by all. Warm welcome to you. We are also very honored to have with us Shri Anil Kumar ji, who is the General Manager, National Divyangjan Finance and Development Cooperation. He is representing Shri Naveen Shah, who could not join us today because of his few engagements. He has sent all his best wishes, and we are very happy to have with us Mr. Anil Kumar ji. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also very privileged to have with us Commander Shirang Bijur, who is the President Association for the Welfare of Mentally Handicapped Maharashtra. AWMH is a leading NGO in Maharashtra, empowers individuals with disabilities to live purposefully and with dignity. Commander Shirang leads 5 grassroots NGOs focused on education, livelihood, self-employment, and residential centers. He spearheaded an inclusive livelihood project across 5 states, developing and validating a training framework for persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Actively engaging with central and state government, he advocates for necessary provisions and schemes for inclusion of individuals with intellectual disabilities, drawing from their extensive experience in the disability sector. Commander Shirang drafted the base document for the Maharashtra state policy for Divyangjan, following departmental and public consultations. Additionally, he provides guidance to parents for their families' well-being. Very warm welcome to you, sir. We're also very happy to have with us Ms. Alina Alu, who is the founder and CEO, MITI, a social initiatives foundation. Founded in 2017 by Alina, MITI Cafe blossomed from humble beginning into a beacon of empowerment with innovative programs like experiential training and the Karuna Meals Initiative. Over 11 million meals served and 6 million distributed during COVID-19. It champions disability inclusion. Alina's leadership received numerous awards, including Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia, affirming her transformative impact. MITI Cafe, 38 locations and impactful collaboration stands as a testament to its commitment to compassion and inclusion, transforming lives and challenging societal norms on a remarkable journey of empowerment. Very warm welcome to you. We are also very happy to have with us Mr. Jay Kumar, the National Manager, Disability Inclusion, American India Foundation. With over a decade of experience, Jaya currently serves as a National Manager for Disability. He specializes in disability equality training, promoting accessibility and fostering inclusion. With a strong background in program management and strategic planning, he leads initiative empowering PWDs economically by developing tailored projects in collaboration with local government NGOs and community stakeholders with a focus on rural communities. Mr. Jayakumar advocates for policies and programs promoting economic empowerment and financial independence for people with disabilities across diverse geographical context. Very warm welcome to you. We've been joined by Mr. Mahesh Kanaya, Director, Livelihood Association of People with Disabilities. Mr. Mahesh is a visionary leader with a PhD in metaphysics, blending philosophical depth with over 21 years of corporate and NGO experience. Through collaborative partnership, he drives transformative change, particularly in poverty elevation and skill development for marginalized rural communities. Mahesh's inclusive leadership ethos empowers persons with disabilities, fostering innovation and dignity. His strategic prowess and unwavering commitment to social justice exemplify resilience and compassion, embodying a vision for a world where every individual can thrive with equity and dignity. Very warm welcome to you. We're also happy to have with us Mallikarjun, who is the founder and CEO, Inclusive Divyangjan Entrepreneur Association, popularly known as IDEA. Mallikarjun's remarkable journey as a serial social entrepreneur and development professional showcases his resilience and commitment to making a positive impact. From overcoming personal challenges to establishing influential social enterprises like IDEA, Believe India Fair Trade, and Search, his contribution has been recognized through prestigious awards, including the Pillar of Civil Society Award from the President of India. His dedication to economic empowerment, especially for persons with disabilities, has led to the establishment of the Inclusive Divyangjan Entrepreneur Association, with a vision to make India the inclusive capital of the world. His diverse roles, from heading Fair Trade Forum India to managing FTech skill development, demonstrate a broad spectrum of impactful initiatives. His service on esteemed boards and recognition by various platforms underline his significant contribution to the social development in India. Very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, with those words, may I now request the moderator of the session to kindly take over. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. लंच में अभी 1.5 घंटा है, so पहले ही बताना चलता है कि ये पैनल काफ़ी बड़ी है, and काफ़ी सारे लोग हैं जिनके experiences हम जानना चाहेंगे, right? So my request to all of you is please take this 1.5 hours to reflect on your personal journeys, but also the work where you have associated with persons with disability. In the morning, we started the session by talking about how the policy landscape looks at it. What are the priorities? And then in the first panel, we talked about jobs. What it means, what's the ecosystems, what are the enablers, barriers. क्या चीज़ें हैं जो काम कर रही हैं, क्या चीज़ें जो नहीं काम कर रही हैं. अब थोड़ा सा entrepreneurship की तरफ आते. Entrepreneurship में हमें पता चलेगा कि actually कहाँ पे जाके हम नई linkages या नई opportunities create कर सकते हैं. And I'm really happy that we have people from all spheres, including the one who are implementing from the system side, but also one who are seeing it as an employer and being the individual themselves. How do they see it panning out? I'll just quickly share a bit about entrepreneurship. So, सुबह से बात कर रहे हैं, but do we really know how many are the persons with disability in India? There's a random number, yeah? So there's a report that says 26 million. एक बहुत funny incident हुआ, NFHS का अगर data आप देखेंगे, तो उसमें 2019 से 21 के बीच में 1% रह गए persons with disability, जो कि पहले 2.2% के करीब होते थे. कहाँ गए ये? कहाँ गए ये लोग? कहीं नहीं गए. ये हमारा मेजरमेंट का तरीका गलत है. NFHS जो हमारा फैमिली हेल्थ सर्वे होता है, उसमें केवल 5 तरीके की डिसेबिलिटी इंक्लूडेड है. सेंसस जो हमारा होता है, उसमें केवल 8 तरीके की डिसेबिलिटी इंक्लूडेड है. टोटल कितना स्पेक्ट्रम में होती है? 21. तो जब गिनेंगे नहीं तो पता कैसे चलेगा कितना बड़ा ग्रुप हम लोग छोड़ रहे हैं और किस ग्रुप के साथ काम करना है. सो always be mindful of the fact what you're seeing is actually a tip of an iceberg. आप उन लोग को देख रहे हैं, उन लोग से मिल रहे हैं जो आपके सामने आ रहे हैं, बट अभी भी एक बड़ा तबका ऐसा है जो हमारे सामने नहीं है. Yeah? So I just want us to be mindful of the numbers that we are talking about. But अगर मान ले कि 26 मिलियन या 3 करोड़ अभी एक रिसर्च के हिसाब से आया था, 3 करोड़ पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी हैं जो एम्प्लॉयबल एज में है, जो टोटल है उसमें 1.3 करोड़ जो हैं वो एम्प्लॉयबल एज में हैं. लेकिन अगर एक्चुअली एम्प्लॉयड या एक्चुअली सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड की बात करेंगे, दिस इज 65 to 70% individuals who are not employed anywhere, who are neither the entrepreneurs, nor they are the job seekers, nor they are in the sector at all. अभी बात कर रहे हैं हम लोग कंट्री में यूथ ज़्यादा हो रहे हैं, सो जस्ट इमेजिन हम कौन सा एक बड़ा नंबर जो है वो छोड़ रहे हैं बीच में. या विद दीज नंबर्स आई विल क्विकली टॉक अबाउट द वर्क दैट आवर पैनलिस्ट आर डूइंग, एंड देन आई विल आस्क सर्टेन क्वेश्चंस एज वी डेलिब्रेट ऑन इट. सो सर, पहला आपसे ही सवाल करूँगी. NDFDC ने काफ़ी काम किया हुआ है पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी से. इनफैक्ट इस बार आपका बहुत एम्बिशियस टारगेट रहा है ऑफ डिसबर्सिंग एटलीस्ट 200 करोड़ लोन्स. काफ़ी सारी स्कीम्स चलाई हुई है, DSY हो गया, VMY हो गया. डू यू वांट टू टॉक अबाउट इट? इन स्कीम्स से कैसे फ़ायदा ले सकते हैं एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटी? हाँ जी.
थैंक यू. नेशनल दिव्यांगजन फाइनेंस एंड डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस एंड एम्पावरमेंट ने 97 में बनाया था, 24 जनवरी 1997. और ये इसका सबसे मेजर काम यही था कि हम दिव्यांगजन को डेवलपमेंट में लाएं, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट करें, सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट की तरफ लेके जाएं. और उसके तब हमने 97 में जो स्टार्ट किया था और उससे अब तक की जर्नी जो मैडम बता रही थी, तो ये बहुत अच्छी रही है. हम जोड़ते गए हैं दिव्यांगजन को इसमें सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट में. तो उसमें से करीब 10 आदमी को लोन 97 में दिया था और अब तक हमने करीब लगभग 2.5 लाख लोगों को 1500 करोड़ रुपए तक का लोन दे दिया है. दिव्यांगजन फाइनेंशियल डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन ये 2-3 तरीके से काम करती है. एक तो स्किल पे सबसे पहले जब स्टार्टिंग किया था 97 में, मैं इसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में 99 में ज्वाइन किया था, तब से मैं आपको ये बताता जा रहा हूँ कि उस टाइम सिर्फ हम लोग एक लोन के ऊपर करते थे. हमारा ज़्यादा ये नहीं होता था कि एक पार्टिसिपेशन ज़्यादा नहीं होता था कि अपना प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से आए और हमने सैंक्शन कर दिया. धीरे धीरे डिपार्टमेंट ग्रो हुआ. पहले तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ वेलफेयर बोलते थे, फिर सोशल जस्टिस बोलने लगे, फिर सोशल जस्टिस के भी 2 पार्ट हो गए. दिव्यांगजन अपना डिपार्टमेंट हो गया और इस दिव्यांगजन में बिल्कुल फोकस हमको सिर्फ दिव्यांगता के लिए मिला और मैं ये चेंजेस बहुत करीबी से देख रहा हूँ. और जो इसके अंदर जब ना तो फंड्स की कमी रहती है, ना मैन पावर की कमी है, ना कहीं कोई भी अपना इनिशिएटिव लेना है उसकी कमी रहती है. तो इसके अंदर जब हम अब काम करने लगे हैं दिव्यांगता के क्षेत्र में NDFDC, बेसिकली पहले हम स्किल देखते हैं, स्किल डेवलपमेंट पे काम कर रहे हैं. स्कॉलरशिप आई हैं, स्कॉलरशिप दी हैं और उसके बाद फिर उनको लोन देके सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट करके, साथ में सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट में सभी सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट में नहीं जाना चाहते, कुछ लोग जॉब के लिए भी जाना चाहते हैं, उस जॉब के लिए जॉब फेयर करना और बेसिकली इकोनॉमिक उसका रिहेबिलिटेशन या इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट या इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट करना है. ये बेसिक अपना NDFDC का काम रहा है. उसके बाद फिर और थोड़ा सा और आगे बढ़े. अभी हमारी लीडरशिप भी चेंज हुई, नए सेक्रेटरी सर आए और बड़े एक्टिव सेक्रेटरी सर हैं और इमीडिएटली हमको एक काम मिला था दिव्या कला मेला कि बिकॉज सब लोगों से हर क्वार्टर से आ रहा था कि कुछ ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस काम करते हैं, दिव्यांग लोग काम करते हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं, लेकिन हाउ टू सेल देयर प्रोडक्ट्स, अगर वो बिकेंगे नहीं तो आगे सर्कल कैसे चलेगा. तो पहले तो हमने ऑनलाइन स्टार्ट किया, ऑनलाइन पोर्टल भी बनाया, चल रहा ठीक लेकिन इतना इफेक्टिव नहीं. उसके बाद फिर हमने एक दिव्या कला मेला 2022 में दिसंबर में यहाँ लगाया दिल्ली में कर्तव्य पथ पे. उसका इतना ह्यूज वो मिला, बेनिफिट मिला, तो सरकार ने ये कह दिया कि हर स्टेट में लगभग वो करिए. और अभी हमने 1 साल के अंदर अंदर 15 इसमें सिटीज़ में हमने ये दिव्या कला मेला किए हैं. तो वो बेसिकली दिव्या कला मेला के अंदर क्या है ये, मतलब दिव्या कला मेला क्या है क्या बेसिकली ये जो सरकार जो सोच रही है दिव्यांगता के क्षेत्र में कि सब कुछ मर्ज करके एक उनकी इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट लाई जाए, वो की है. उसके अंदर हर तरह का काम होता है. वहीं पर ऑन द स्पॉट जॉब फेयर, जिसको चाहिए जॉब उनको जॉब ऑफर वहीं मिलते हैं. सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए वहीं सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए फार्म भरे जाते हैं, वहीं का वहीं ऑन द स्पॉट सैंक्शन लोन, रिलीज लोन. साथ में जिन्होंने प्रोडक्ट्स बना के रखे हैं ऑल ओवर इंडिया से अपने, वहीं पर उनको फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट स्टॉल दी जाती है, रहने का खाने का अरेंजमेंट पूरा दिया जाता है. और जो सामान बेच के जाते हैं वो अपना खुद का उनका दैट इज़ देयर प्रॉफिट. तो वो इस तरह से एक टोटल इकोसिस्टम बना है, स्टार्टिंग लोन से लेकर उसकी जो फिनिश्ड प्रोडक्ट्स से बिकने तक का. वो मैं पूरा आज के दिन में 99 से मैं इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में आया हूँ, तब तक अब ये मैं देख रहा हूँ कि किस तरह से सरकार दिव्यांगता के क्षेत्र में पूरा का पूरा ध्यान दे रही है. और एक बात और है कि स्कॉलरशिप भी दी जाती है पढ़ने के लिए, और हर क्षेत्र में हम काम कर रहे हैं जी। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर। डेफिनेटली आप जैसा बता रहे हैं, डिपार्टमेंट ने वेलफेयर से चेंज करके सोशल जस्टिस की तरफ चला, एक माइंडसेट चेंज दिखाई देता है। एंड फिर एक स्पेसिफिक डिपार्टमेंट फॉर पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी, दैट मीन्स सिस्टम भी कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज़ को फोकस करके ये सपोर्ट करना चाह रहा है एंटरप्रेन्योर्स का। सर बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग डेटा है। अगर मैं बोलूँ कि 10 में से जो 10 एम्प्लॉयबल पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी हैं, उसमें से एक्चुअली 7 से 8 जो होते हैं वो एंटरप्रेन्योर बनते हैं, बट उसमें से आधे लोग फेल कर जाते हैं बिकॉज उनके लिए लोन एक्सेस एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है, उनके बिजनेस उस स्केल पे नहीं आ पाते हैं। आपने जैसा बताया कि उन प्रोडक्ट्स को मार्केट से लिंक करना एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन उनके लिए रहता है, क्रेडिट्स इतना ज़्यादा उनके पास नहीं होता है। जब हम बात करते हैं लोन डिसबर्समेंट्स की, एंड आपने बैकवर्ड लिंकेज करके आप स्किलिंग भी शुरू किए, इनिशियल क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा?
इसके अंदर इनिशियली तो थोड़ा सा डिफ़िकल्टी आती है, लेकिन कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है, बिकॉज इनिशियली क्या होता है कि स्किलिंग करने के लिए भी जैसे हम स्किल सेंटर पे भी बुलाते हैं दिव्यांगजन को, उसको आने जाने की दिक्कत है, तो अब उसको फिर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए भी बात है। तो जब हम धीरे धीरे, अब आज के दिन में तो मोबाइल से भी ट्रेनिंग दे देते हैं एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, और हम सबको दे रहे हैं जो हमारे स्किल के में ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं, और फिर उनको धीरे धीरे सेंटर्स भी अपने बनाए हैं। हमने एक NSK का एक स्टार्ट किया है कि उन्हीं के एरिया में वहीं सेंटर बना दिया जाए, और वहाँ भी हमने ट्रेनिंग सेंटर, बहुत से ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स खोले हैं ताकि उसको मिनिमम जगह उसको जाना पड़े, तो सबसे उसकी असेसिबिलिटी की प्रॉब्लम ख़त्म हो। और साथ में हम ये करते हैं कि अगर वो उसको असेसिबिलिटी लेने के लिए कोई दिक्कत है, कोई उसको लोन चाहिए, कुछ चाहिए, कोई भी प्रॉब्लम है, तो वो हमारे से लोन लेके भी अपना काम कर सकता है। उसके बाद फिर हमने जो लोन का सिस्टम है, तो उसके अंदर हमारे चैनलिंग एजेंसीज़ है, उसके साथ हमने बैंक्स जोड़े हैं, रूरल डेवलपमेंट RRBs जोड़े हैं, और इस तरह से ये सिस्टम बढ़ता ही जा रहा है कि कैसे हम लोन आगे से आगे बढ़ता जाए। मतलब एक दिव्यांगता क्षेत्र में जो भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस काम कर रही हैं, और उनके साथ कैसे जोड़ें और आगे अच्छा से अच्छा काम करते जाएं, यही सरकार NHFDC के माध्यम से काम कर रही है। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू। आगे चलते मल्लिका जी, हम बात कर रहे हैं लोन्स की, और आप एक इंटरफेस हैं बिटवीन द पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी टू एक्सेस दिस इंफॉर्मेशन, वेदर दैट्स अबाउट मार्केट या स्किलिंग। तो आपका काम उस बीच के फेविकोल जोड़ का है, जो अगर टूट गया तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी, लेकिन अगर जुड़ा रहा तो चलता रहेगा। How was your experience in your idea, the organization that you established? And I just want to highlight here that your organization started in 2019. Pandemic से थोड़ा सा एकदम से पहले, pandemic के टाइम पे क्या हुआ? Entrepreneurs के वैसे ही बहुत सारा setback थे, but how was it more exacerbated, positively or negatively, for you?
Thank you, Anupam. So, I think before saying that, in the last panel, somebody was talking about ROI. I would like to say, ये भी ज़माना चला गया। अगर आपको प्रॉफिट मेकिंग बननी है और आपको सस्टेनेबल वेंचर करनी है, तो दिव्यांगजन को हायर करना ही होगा या उनके उद्यम के साथ आपको जोड़ना पड़ेगा। दिस इज़ व्हाट रिसर्च इज़ नॉट शोइंग। एंड यू नो, हमारी देयर इज़ अ बिग डिफरेंस in mindset. We always feel that seeing is believing. This is not the sector which believes in that. It's a reverse. Believing is seeing. It's a mindset issue, as somebody else said. If you believe me, I can do anything. I had set up 3 social enterprises in the last 15 years just to showcase that anything can be done. And I think there is no Superman in me. Anybody says, एक दिव्यांगजन थोड़ा सा कुछ कर लिया, I hate this. Glorifying any individual for the smaller things that they do. This is the greatest injustice that we all will be doing. This is against the notion of inclusion. If we really understand what goes on through a person with disability sitting at home or educated, the real solution lies there. So as you rightly said, 6 months down the line, COVID happened. And for us, I think we are one of the fastest growing organizations in this space. And during COVID, we were almost 10x, thanks to our conviction that अगर हम इक्वालिटी की बात करते हैं तो शायद रियलिटी चेक में हम सबको कोविड ने लेके आ गया. Everybody was at home. So wheelchair or no wheelchair, you can see it or you can't see it. Situation was the same, you know. So that is where it was a blessing in disguise for us to immediately roll out our technological product, which we thought may take 5 to 6 years because the entire sector said it is next to impossible technology ke through Divyangjan ko jodna. You won't be able to succeed. But that really helped us. And what we thought, what we had been telling, where we fail, अगर पैसे में solution होता, 20,000 करोड़ भी available है. अगर 20,000 करोड़ से उद्यम जो लगाते वो भी देश के बाहर चले जाते, ना चला पाते. तो solution is not in the money. Money is only one means. But where we fail to understand is what is that Divyangjan in this country want? What are their aspirations? इस देश में हमने कभी सोचा ही नहीं है कि इनका मन में भी कुछ चल रहा होगा, इनका भी कुछ स्वप्न हो सकते हैं. You know, how do we understand their dreams and build an ecosystem around it? That never happened. हम schemes बना देते हैं, हम बोलते हैं कि 5 लाख रुपए लोन ले लो, which never sees the light of the day because there are 10 channels, there are 5 commissions, and ultimately it is a business plan which sells. So then they will say that you are not bank worthy, you are not credit worthy, you are not market worthy, so you can't become an entrepreneur. So we have all the formulas for a rejection, but we do not have a simple understanding of how to accept and integrate into a business ecosystem. So when we did this Divyangjan aspiration study, it's a massive study with 21 persons with disabilities. The type of trends which have emerged is eye-opening for us. When we tried to map their dreams, 80% of Divyangjan in this country really do not want all these कि आप बिना काम किए पेंशन देते या अकेला सेक्टर होगा. मुझे सेक्टर से लोग क्रिटिसाइज कर सकते हैं, बट आई एम सेइंग दिस, पेंशन उनको दी जाती है कि जो पूरा जिंदगी भर काम करके थक गए तो आपका मेहनत के लिए आप पेंशन लीजिए. दिव्यांगजन कम्युनिटी गवर्नमेंट अपना लाइबिलिटीज़ को सेट असाइड करने के लिए पेंशन के नाम पे एक 500 रुपये 2,000 रुपये देते. नाउ वन गवर्नमेंट इज गिविंग 4,500 रुपीज़ इन अ मंथ. सो नाउ how do we change that mindset? So if you look at Divyangjan, this is a community which can make impossible to I am possible. Today I'll just tell you during COVID, when we ruled out technology product, when we understood their dreams, and we just wanted to create an ecosystem first. So that is what lacking. Individually we are doing wonderful work, but if any individual from a rural part of Maharashtra would like to, access or would like to fulfill their dreams, there is no ecosystem at all because no organization there. So today, what we did is understanding what they want and then how this ecosystem can be created. On an ecosystem approach, it has been created. And we said from day one, we kept few principles. इस ecosystem में वही आ सकते हैं who have a mindset to graduate from a taker to a giver. It's a condition. आपको जो मिलेगा आपको वापस करनी होगी. Nothing is free in this country. Even to come to the programs or job fairs, people said that Divyangjan will never come out of it. And we took a challenge. We said that हम कुछ भी नहीं देंगे. अगर आपको अपना जीवन बदलना है, खुद आना पड़ेगा. आप जैसे भी आओ, बाकी लोग भी आते हैं. 2,000 people in 2019 December from various parts of country reached that job mela, and NSDC team was amazed to see, हम इतना करोड़ों रुपए खर्च करते हैं फिर भी लोगों को लाना मुश्किल होता है. यहाँ पे बिना एक पैसे दिए इतने दिव्यांगजन को होना है. तब हमने वही कहा कि आप शायद जिस दृष्टिकोण से इनको देख रहे वो ये नहीं है. They need an opportunity. They don't need a money just to sit at home. They need money to roll out their life and become successful in the life. वो अगर हम दे सकते हैं तो वो करेंगे. So then second thing we said that believing is seeing. Anybody can do anything provided if we start believing in them. How does that belief system gets integrated to it? तो ecosystem के अंदर second layer हमने लगाया. तो हमने ये कहा कि okay, we don't take money from government or corporates, anybody. क्या हम एक समाज का मॉडल बना सकते हैं where society can empower these individuals? क्या हम one individual can be a mentor for one Divyangjan who would like to change their life? Is that possible? So एक दिव्यांगजन मित्र योजना के नाते हम लोग लाए कि just be a friend for a person with disability, go with them, have cup of chai and ask them what are their dreams. Can we do something about their dream? Or can all of them can be brought to a common platform where we can bring in some people who can really able to support them? This really worked for us. And we created cohorts. We created a curriculum of 300 hours on NSQ of standards. And we said that both offline and online we will deliver it. एक उद्यमी बनना है तो उसके लिए जो प्रोसेस है, जो माइंडसेट चेंज करनी होगी, जो फाइनेंशियल ड्यू डिलिजेंस करनी होगी, जो बैंक के लिए आपके लिए बिजनेस प्रपोजिशन चाहिए होगा एंड आपको मार्केट रेडी प्रोडक्ट चाहिए होगा. सो वंस ऑल दिस थिंग्स आर डन दे विल बी सक्सेसफुल. तो ये करने के लिए एक इकोसिस्टम में we created, it really worked for us. And then we worked out several models, a social model, a government model, a corporate model, and also a local model where some of the Divyangjan themselves can empower with the principle that come what may, nothing is free in this ecosystem. We are also not going to charge any interest. If we give them a seed grant also, but that is a returnable seed grant. Believe me, it is the same happiness that I get when 2 decades back when we used to work in self-help group women, when everybody in the country said women are not bank worthy, when this SHG concept has come. Today, self-help groups, the return rate is almost 98%. And this is the same response from the Divyangjan community. So understanding these opportunities and understanding their abilities. So now we are saying, we are demanding, let us not talk about disabilities anymore. Let us build a abilities framework in this country. Everybody has some abilities. It is our fault that we are not able to understand that abilities. So when we say disability, when we see a wheelchair, already we are saying that he can't climb. What we all need, or what I need today, was a small ramp to equalize this stage. That's it. So rather than providing the ramp, we are trying to do everything else. So as an individuals, if we really understand and try to link up with these ecosystems, wonders can be done. And I'll just conclude by saying today, in almost 3.5 years, we have 1,000+ entrepreneurs with disability in 26 districts. And just now, TISS has completed an impact study of 150 people. These 150 people in the last 6 months did a turnover of 52 crores, with 6.7 crores being their profit. On an average, they are earning from 20 to 25,000. The starting point of earning was 12,000 in a rural area aspirational district, and the Divyangjan entrepreneur, I'm talking about their monthly income, again coming from an aspirational district from Nu, who is earning 1.5 lakhs in a year and already provided employment to 7 people. This is the strength and resilience of giving an opportunity for a person with disability, and when he becomes or she becomes an entrepreneur, then only this country will be inclusive. Unless until Bharat becomes inclusive, forget about being Vishwaguru, forget about being 5 trillion or 8 trillion economy. So if we really want to be a Vishwaguru, or if we really want to be a developed country, we need to believe in the most marginalized communities, and we should invest in them, so that the return would be 6x, 7x is what our studies are saying.
That's amazing. And absolutely right. We have to change our mindsets. And rather than incentivizing, let's create a conducive environment for them to operate. And that will go a long way. Impressive numbers about entrepreneurs. When you started that program with building their capacities, and you do have a goal of reaching out to 5,000 entrepreneurs, were there certain sectors or certain products where you saw an opportunity, and the opportunity can from the ecosystem or even from the interest of the beneficiary in this case? How did you identify? How did you go about it?
So we use the same framework of MSMEs. Basically, we classify them into 3 categories. Like Lagu Udyami, Udyami. So based on several parameters. And also we do an assessment, like we do a market assessment, we do family assessment, their backgrounds, whether they are first generation entrepreneurs. There are several criteria through which we do, and then they come out with a business plan, and during our cohort of entrepreneurship development program, they have all the final business plan on various parameters. So the end result is almost now 60% of them are into service industry, doing several things, beauty and wellness, to name anything they are there, from a e-rickshaw to most of the things they are doing. 20% of them are into manufacturing, and 20% of them are into creative industries, upcycling, recycling products, wealth to waste programs, very, very innovative, starting from scrubs to several other things that they are doing. So the key here is their understanding of market. Most of the time we say that, market is a challenge, but when they sit on our idea is keeping them in the mainstream, not in silos. So where the market is, they have to be there. We ensure that they will be there. We create a brand collateral. Now they have their own brand, standard brand, umbrella brand called Dhan. All these 500 plus people, they have their own shops in 26 districts. All these shops are known as Dhan shops. It is their identity. Like Fab India, they say that हमारा 500 दुकान है, अब दिल्ली में भी जाएंगे तो हमारा दुकान होगी. So over a period of time, we are trying to create all these things which are available for any brand, and they can leverage on all these brand entities. And also we are trying to do interlinkages within the businesses. So they are sitting in the clusters, either natural fiber cluster or somebody in Agra, or somebody in Delhi where wholesale markets are available. Yeah. So suddenly they have become suppliers to their rural counterparts. Chandni Chowk se saste mein, wahan pe ja rahe, and then there is a margin. And also we are trying to do a denting, understanding the traditional business systems. एक व्यक्ति को सामान कैसे मिलती है? So we give a seed grant of 25,000. So we go and negotiate to the market players कि हम तो 25,000 इनको देंगे, लेकिन why don't you give them a credit of another 15,000? So 40,000 का सामान हो रखे. जब 40,000 का सामान उनके पास होते हैं तो उनका प्रॉफिट मार्जिन्स बढ़ जाते हैं, उनके पास तरह तरह का कस्टमर्स आते हैं. जब कस्टमर कंटिन्यूटी हो जाती है तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी हो जाती है. So like that, we piloted so many things. Now there are 150 plus business plans. That is one. Second thing, from day one we are very clear, this country needs research. None of us actually are doing. Even if we are doing wonderful work, I don't have a research to understand what is happening. People simply say that, a person with autism can't do anything. Now I can suggest 22 different business plans where they can do much, much better than anybody else. And they can they could be very successful entrepreneurs. Now, so like that, 12 different disabilities we could see, what is working, what is not working, which area they are good at. And we started publishing also now, because world also need to know. Now we are trying to tie up with various universities where they should come and do the research. That, so again, concluding that, how does this ability framework look like? इस देश में जिस दिन अगर मुझे देख के मेरा डिसेबिलिटी नहीं, मेरा 3 एंटरप्राइजेस, मेरा बिजनेस 500 लोगों को जो नौकरी में देता हूँ, या जो मेरा विजन है, इसके बारे में जब हम बात कर पाएंगे तो मैं कह सकता हूँ कि भारत हैज अराइव्ड एंड भारत हैज बिकम विश्वगुरु.
That's great. And yes, there is a need for a disability framework to actually see the progress of projects. Data used for evidence and informing the projects always helps. In this case, all the more, because it has a multiplier effect. You started with an entrepreneur, but you end up creating an enterprise. So tracking that information is really useful. I'll come back to you about the whole aspect of roles of different players in the whole ecosystem. But you picked up a conversation about technology, using technology. And you recently did a global event for promotion of assistive technology. I'm just moving on to Commander Bijur and trying and understand how technology is playing a role, inclusion right from the childhood, when the child can use it for education, accessing education, to the time when the child is skilled, undergo skilling program, and later on, if choose to be an entrepreneur.
Thank you. And I think you have asked a very relevant question. But I would go into the base of this entire thing. And the base consists of two areas. One is where we are talking about rural areas. And today, almost 78% of the persons with disability or children with disability are residing in the rural areas, not in the urban areas. And this is a much higher percentage than the national percentage, because the persons with disability who are in the rural area, they don't even migrate to the cities. They don't have the education, they don't have qualification, they have been just put down in the villages and they are not able to come out of it. So that is the kind of condition. Now, how did they reach that stage? And we in Parivar, I belong to an organization called Parivar, and Parivar is a national confederation of parent organizations. And we are all parents of persons with intellectual disability, which includes autism, intellectual disability, cerebral palsy, and multiple disabilities. Now, when we went into the genesis of this, you realize that first is the poverty, and second is the discrimination, third is the illiteracy, and then comes actually where and what they want to ever have. With first these four areas itself, they become powerlessness. They have that feeling, something what we all saw in Tare Zameen Ke. What that boy was feeling, that is what a person with intellectual disability feels throughout his life. And more so in a rural areas where more than 75% of them reside. Now, in this case, and their illiteracy is such to an extent that when we did a survey in these 5 states, we had taken one taluka in each state, we found that it was almost 100% illiteracy. It was 100% unemployment. Now, when you have such people with you, what do? A person has already grown over 20 years or 30 years, and then you can't say that, okay, aa jao school mein, main aapko padhana shuru karunga. So the best thing was to give them or coach them to realize that what is their potential as a human being, more than anything else, which we call it self-advocacy training. Let them start feeling first equal to the people who are not disabled. Once they come to that level, then comes everything else. Whether you call it on-the-job training and making him entrepreneur or making him do anything what he can do best in his life. So what we have been doing is that we see in these rural areas, in their context of community, what they can do and what they can do better there. I'll give you an example. We did it in Madhya Pradesh. We took a district called Damoh. In Damoh district, there is a big Shiva temple. I think that Shivling is about almost 2.5-3 feet. Or usme every Monday, there are 10,000-15,000 persons, pilgrims who come there. So we said that is the best opportunity. Let's get these people employed. And then now they cannot be just employed like that. And neither they can just start off the entrepreneurship like that. So we found what the parent is doing. So one person, 30 years old, his 65 years old father who was doing photograph leta tha wo. So we said, okay, you are taking photographs, let it get mounted. So this boy, this person, his son was only mounting those photographs, and aap manenge ki their income, which was around 4,000 to 5,000 rupees in a month, has gone up to 12,000 rupees a month. But it's a combined effort of the family, it's not only one person. And that is what our whole emphasis has been, that whenever we talk about person with intellectual disability or many other disabled persons also, bring them along with the family. What the family is good, capable of doing it, add value there, do that incremental change, and this person's value itself will go up in the community, his esteem will go up in the community, and of course the income will also go up. There are so many examples where we did that. And today they are earning much more than what they are earning otherwise. We go to another extreme, like in a family, if there is a person with disability. Now one person of the family, either mother or the father, remains in the house just to look after that girl who has got an intellectual disability. Now if that girl gets employed along with the family, whatever the family is doing, if she also becomes a kind of productive member of that enterprise, again the family goes up. I'll again give you another example. जहाँ पे उसकी माँ सब्जी बेचती थी, and seeing what we generally see in the cities and all, we said कि आप इसको अपने साथ रखो and let her polish all the fruits and all, and अपना सजा के वो रखेगी. And she started doing such a wonderful job. Today her mother has got a tin shop. She was just sitting otherwise on the footpath, and today she has got a tin, proper almost 10 by 10 feet of shop there. So these people can do wonders provided they are given opportunity and some bit of training, and most of all motivation that they are doing something. Now coming back to your question about education. Now yes, technology can do a lot of it. In fact, yesterday we were there in Manu University in Hyderabad, where we are talking about how the technology can really make these persons learn. Now, and it is not only applicable for children or students with disability, but with everyone. We all know that, especially those who are coming from very kind of backward families, they may have very high IQ, but the understanding because of their exposure is less. Now, once they are given same concepts in AR or VR form, augmented reality or virtual reality form, they can understand it and they can come up within 6 months to any level of a person who is either a city dweller or a rural area se aaya hai. So this gap between the rural and the urban, which is otherwise increasing in our country, and it is increasing tremendously among the person with disability, that needs to be bridged. And that can only be bridged by technology. Like technology has bridged the gap of financial transactions. आज सब लोग अपना जीपे से अपना पे करते हैं, चाहे वो गांव में है या सिटी में है. Same is going to do, same will have to be done by the technology, and the start has been made. Like we have started doing it. Fortunately, the government, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has started a project, and one of the architects of the project is also sitting there, Mr. Pankaj Maru. Now, that project is talking about how the technology should be brought into ECCE, that means the early childhood education, which is part of the national education plan policy. Now, if such things come in, they will bring down the difference between haves and have-nots. And have-nots mein hamare children with disability are the last category there, but the largest category there. So that technology, once that comes in, and it should come up fast. I think in next 2 to 3 years, there will be libraries of whatever we are teaching children today. They will be either taught in terms of games, or they will be taught in terms of virtual reality, or they will be taught in terms of painting, brush, all such things, which are otherwise the city dwellers are all doing it. Once that starts happening, then naturally our persons would come up, and I suppose that gap will be less. They'll be more confident to learn and then get their employment. Thank you.
Technology is growing at a very fast pace, and if we are able to harness that whole power for using for access to education, but also empowering them to become an entrepreneur, this is one of the potential area where they can continue to work remotely at their own convenience, but also able to do something that they enjoy. So, very well said.
One example about the technology, I was thinking to add this unique example that one of the program where, they wanted to support persons with disabilities to get into entrepreneurship, and then when they were asking what is their interest or aspiration, many people felt they were very much interested in dairy farming, but the challenge for them was that, the dairy unit was very far, so they can't sell the milk, and also another challenge was the getting the veterinary service on time. So what the group there did was, they came up with the milk ATM van. It served two purposes, where it goes village to village, door to door, collecting the milk, as well as selling the milk. So they have a prepaid card. You just place the card in front of the sensor and type the amount, then your milk will come out and you can take the milk. So they were able to solve two problems, either selling the product as well as, making more persons to become a dairy farmer. So 144% with disabilities become a dairy farmers in that program. The second part, what they did with the technology was that addressing the veterinary service, they had a mobile app where the person with disability can raise a ticket saying what is the problem. So within 24 hours, the doctor or the paravets will be on their doorsteps to do the services. So how technologies can actually benefit even person with different types of impairments can also get into entrepreneurship is one of the example I would like to share here. Thank you.
Definitely, that's super useful. And there are multiple examples of where technology has been used and that has accelerated the growth of the business, and they are able to set their own enterprises as well. I'll just quickly move to Elena because let's hear from the employer also. So, Elena, when you started at 23, so what prompted your decision to have a person with disability as your partners, as your staff in the MITI Cafe? And if you can just start a quick intro of the cafe, that would be useful. Yeah.
I'd want to start by thanking these 3 amazing people from our team who are here, who teach me how to dream every day. Thank you, aap log. So I was in college, I was 23 years old, waiting for placements, final semester, now I'll get onto a job and then, voila. But then God had other plans. So I watched this documentary, final semester, and I get introduced to this person called Nero. Anybody knows who Nero is? Free chai at MITI Cafe for guessing. Nero was an emperor in the ancient Roman Empire, mighty, rich. You see, he would win one war after the other and the other and the other. And one day he wins the biggest battle of his life. And when you win, what do? Party. So he decided to throw a party and he invited the who's who of Tinseltown. He invited kings and queens, princes and princesses from 7 kingdoms. And as evening befell, Nero said, boss, we need some lights to make the party happening and rocking. So he decided to burn waste, kachra, to generate light. He decided to burn the prisoners of war and the poor people who were captured, who he considered not more than waste. I was 23 years old then. While my other peers walked out, I was in that classroom just absorbing what just happened. What did I see? What did that mean? Which is when I realized the problem is not Nero. You could equate Nero with atrocities, injustice, discrimination, all the not so nice things that we see in this world that will exist. You know what the problem was? The problem was Nero's guests, as to how thousands of them could sing, dance, drink when fellow human beings burned and died. And at that point of time, I realized that I was one of Nero's guests. That is, if you feel something about anything, and for whatever your reasons may be, you're not able to take action, you're not able to speak up, then you've taken a side. It's a difficult side. It is the side of the oppressor. And having been brought up by the stellar of a lady, my grandmother, since when I was 2 years old, all that I could see, she had a disability. But all that I could see in that woman while growing up was abilities. So when I went out into the world, I was very confused. That how can people not notice abilities if someone has a disability? I was very confused, which is when I decided I will not sit for college placements and started volunteering with organizations that are doing great work in the inclusion space, which is when I realized this simple thing. The problem is not, so I'm a mother to a 1-year-old baby. You can find him outside. The problem is not that there are over 70 million people with disabilities in our country or over 1 billion people with disabilities across the world. That statistics is not the problem, that there are people with disabilities. The problem is a larger statistics. And you know what that is? The disability in our perceptions that stops us from seeing the magic in their abilities. And I wanted to change just that. I needed a model that could connect people to people, and what better than food? So food is a medium to do 2 simple things. One is money should enter the accounts of our team members with disabilities. Okay, but how many? 1,000, 5,000, 6,000 that we've scaled? It doesn't move the needle. We're talking about 1 out of 6 people in the world having a disability. But more importantly, creating awareness about inclusion with every meal or beverage that we serve. Our first employee, and I remember, she came in crawling for the interview because at that point of time, she could not afford a wheelchair. You see, if you would give her this mic or a cup of coffee, her hands would shake and it would fall. Today, that same girl sits on her wheelchair and manages 10 other people with disability. She is the manager for our first cafe and her name is Kirti. And as I talk to you, we have hundreds of Kirtis across the multiple Mitti cafes that we have. So we have Mitti cafes within corporates, colleges, hospitals, airports. We started inside the Supreme Court of India. This month, we are going to start at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, next month, March. And all of this with the intention to create awareness about inclusion with our change makers with disabilities who are in the forefront creating awareness about a simple thing, which is inclusion that belongs to everyone. While, of course, in my journey, I have come across amazing people. I have gotten inspired. One of them is Sabiha. Now, Sabiha, she's got multiple sclerosis, severe disability. She doesn't have control over her hands, legs, bowel movements. So when we tried to put her in the kitchen, it didn't work out. Then we realized that she's got the gift of the gab. Whereas if you come in for a 10 rupees chai, Sabiha will talk you out of a 50 rupees combo meal. But Sabiha doesn't work with Mitti Cafe anymore. She said goodbye to Mitti Cafe. Wow. Now, she has her own kirana shop. She's deployed a person with Down syndrome and she's one of our vendors.
Wow, amazing.
So such is the power in believing in people. Now, COVID happened, all our cafes shut down. And I remember we were thinking survival. And one of our team members, Hemant, he's got cerebral palsy and autism. Generally, when we talk about, not all disabilities are visible, right? There are invisible disabilities. So Hemant, he comes to us, and generally when we speak about people with intellectual disabilities, what do we say? Aimless. They don't know what they're saying. They don't know what they're doing. Our experience has been so different. They may be slow, but then they are perfectionists at whatever they do. So Hemant comes to us and says, imagine this boy's vision, huh? लोग भूखे हैं और हमें खाना बनाना आता है दीदी, क्यों नहीं कर रहे हम लोग कुछ? अगर हम खाना बनाना शुरू किए, कोई भूखा नहीं रहेगा. We talk in hundreds, millions, 1,000 people we'll serve, 100,000 people we'll serve 1 million people. This guy's vision, this boy, he's got autism, that if we start cooking, nobody will stay hungry. We started with a few hundred meals, and as I talk to you, our team members with disabilities, including the 3 of them who are sitting here, have served over 6 million meals to the economically vulnerable. Thereby changing the entire paradigm that persons with disabilities, given the right kind of support, can not just support themselves and their families. They can support the nation in need. And this is the reinforcement. And I was just mentioning to you before the panel that what I'm doing is nothing dhasu or great. This is something that magic in being able to do something like this lies in each one of you here. In this room, I see magic, I see potential, I see compassion, I see courage. It's just about doing it and seeing the difference.
That's amazing. That's quite amazing. Great. I really look forward to seeing the girl who started her own kirana shop, right? Competitors in the business. But that's amazing. Did at any point you had to go to the investors or CSRs or private sector for sustaining the business? And what was the kind of reaction or experience that you had?
So when I started Mitti, I started it with 0 startup capital. So ekdam empty pockets, failed sales attempts, multiple rejections. Everybody I would go to, I would, I wouldn't get positive responses. So no problem. As an entrepreneur, I've realized, and this is what I tell my team, that scarcity is the best asset for anyone. When resources are scarce, when resources have been scarce for our team members also, that's the time you're most creative. Desperation is a great asset for anybody. Leech-like attitude. So when I didn't have money to start my first cafe, so I went from door to door, shop to shop, house to house, not asking people for money because looking at me, who will give money? So I said that this is the movement of inclusion doesn't belong to this one girl here. It belongs to everyone. 90% of our equipment, so our first cafe was in a dilapidated tin shed full of generations of rats. And I thank the person who gave that to me. 90% of our equipment, right from the spoon, second-hand oven, second-hand fridge, tissue papers, were donated by people I didn't know. Oh, wow. By the street, by the community. The local electrician, looking at this cause, decided, so in the phone I bargained with him, uncle, please, not 600, 400 rupees to repair my, second-hand fridge. And, then we agreed to, 450 and he came. After repairing the fridge, he's like, namaste ma'am, hum chalte hain. I'm like, aap paisa to lijiye. He refused to take that 450 rupees. It meant so much, right? to that person. The local vegetable vendors looking at the cause, they gave us baskets saying that this is all that we can give you. That those baskets turned into our lampshades. So if you have an intent, nothing is impossible. And fast forward, the power of the community. Toshit, he's got Down syndrome. He walks into a ladies' washroom at Australia New Zealand Bank. So they're one of the organizations that have given us a cafe. So it is a huge security threat, right? He does that once, he does that twice, post-training. And then we have this meeting where we have to decide whether Toshit will continue. And I tell them that you just see the attendance log. He has to come in at 7 a.m. as his reporting time. He's in by 6:45 a.m. every day. Because of ANZ, they've been an important stakeholder for us. They ensured that, Toshit doesn't have to leave. And today, the same boy Toshit with Down syndrome, he's become our trainer at Mitti Cafe.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. Really, really amazing. And it just reinforces the point that it's not only the individual, the person with disability, but you always need someone who is a believer by his or her side. And that's what makes it more powerful. That could be a caregiver, that could be a family. But how could we create a more inclusive space for everyone to operate in so that they don't feel themselves as individual, but they see them as a collective power. Thank you so much. That's really interesting. Over to you, Mahesh. So now, okay. From APD side, right? You use a life cycle approach in the NGO, and then you work with various aspects of disability. One is if you can start a bit about the work that you do, and how do you ensure inclusion, but also the entrepreneurship part of it. Second is, what is missing in this panel? I mean, in terms of the stakeholders that need to be part of this conversation. So your reflection.
So, very good afternoon all. So I'm from a 60+ years old organization. So we follow a life cycle approach. When we say a life cycle approach, we focus from pediatric to geriatric. And we follow E3 philosophies. When I say E3 philosophies, like we equip, enable, and empower a person with disabilities. What do you mean by this is like, it's not only, for example, we give him a skill and say that, okay, our job is done. And we enable him with opportunities also. For example, like in placement, or we look out for grants, and then empower him. So by doing these two, it doesn't mean that we have succeeded in this. Empower is like, there is a lot of supporting with him and aids and appliances also, like an accessibility futures. So all these things we do it. Apart from a marriage, we do everything for him. So if any beneficiary walks into our organization, we follow all these things. So there was a real-time incident which sparked for us in the year 2020-21. So it was a time during an October, we wanted to focus on severely disabled people for an entrepreneurship model, because that was a time during COVID and everything which happened. So we focused on spinal cord injury people, saying that, okay, we can support him with a livelihood opportunity, because at the rural belt itself. What we have done here is like we started collecting funds from our local resources. We started initiating 3 models. One is like a rural country yard chicken farming. That's in a backyard. That is one model. In this also we found 3 models, like a Giriraja chickens and Kadaknath and everything. And the second one was like focusing on goat rearing and sheep rearing. So it went well, very good, like 50 models we have introduced for 150 beneficiaries in Karnataka. And expect these guys are all pure, hardcore non-vegetarians, unfortunately. So it was like it went well. And during the festival time, Sankaranti, which it wasn't a big bang of an festival, we have done a follow-up and everything. The next day after the festival, along with me, I took along my boss and 10 more people to have a field visit. So what happened there is like we had a sudden shock, and the story ends here. You have to decide whether it is a positive or negative. There we sparked another one thing. That was a life turning for us. We focused into differently, why can't even the stakeholders be a part of this initiative. So we started focusing on a micro level. When we say micro level, we focused on a PWD and the families, where they need to take a ownership. The second one, the second level was into meso level. When we say at the meso level, we wanted even the local communities. We took a support from the governments, like a VRWs, MRWs, and Panchayat development officers, and DPOs and NGOs also. So they took an initiative, they took a support. And the third one was a macro level. When we say at the macro level, we wanted to take a support with an local, employees, and then even an alumni. So this was the network we have created. So by doing this, what happened here is like we were able to see after our intervention, what happens, we'll not be able to go for a long term there. So we wanted to move out. Exit plan was there for us. So these three people started focusing, and they are able to do a sustainability, focus on a sustainable. These were the things which we have created in this. And then now, last bit what we started here is, we started focusing on a agri-based entrepreneurship, and next is like an energy-based entrepreneurship model, and the third one was an industry-based model. Like all these models which will not exceed even a 50,000 plus. It's only below this itself. Below 50,000 rupees, we are able to create we wanted them to be an entrepreneurs and nano-entrepreneurs. So equally it was like we focused on we didn't have any gender biased or irrespective of the age or anything. So we wanted to focus 50% for a male and 50% for a female. And trust me, 50% whom we have funded for female entrepreneurs, they have become like now a models for us. So only these are like a PWDs only. We focus only on a person with disabilities itself. Beyond that, nothing else. So like this, we started focusing. And now, you trust me or not, we have more than 150 plus models for this. 150 plus models we have created. And we started focusing on these type of people also. We are being success in this. And apart from this also, like accessibility, interventions. When we say energy-based, definitely in rural households, we know that there are many people, we don't have even a power. So shutdowns will happen. So for this, we partnered with one of our organizations to support for an energy-based models. So that what happens here is, when there is no power or anything, we started like, okay, giving an solar energy for this, and they're able to continue the business. And believe me, nobody, and we are saying that we are still learning. There are a lot of failures in this, but unfortunately, still we wanted to support this also. We are unable to scale it up, and slowly we are trying to bring juice in this, and we are able to do it. So that's it from me. Thanks.
Agri and solar, both of them, forgive my ignorance, but both of them are physically strenuous activities, and for an entrepreneur who is setting up even the repairing or installation would require a certain level of mobility and certain level of expertise. How did you bring that up in the particular sector, and more so about girls, about women, because gender also becomes a cross-cutting the moment we talk about disability inclusion?
Yes. When I say for an agri-based entrepreneurship, in the beginning itself, we started doing an assessment for beneficiaries. What happens here is, every rural beneficiaries in Karnataka, they have a minimum of acre of land. So that is how we identified them. And we started initiating this in integrated farming. When I say in integrated farming, it's all completely like integrated farming, and we introduced a permaculture. When I say integrated farming, if you have a small bit of land, half acre of land, it's not only you will be running the complete seasonal crops. So we have divided that land into 4 different types. When I say the first type was into completely like long-term crops, which grows for 6 months and everything. So the second space, we have divided into 25% into a daily based, like a vegetable based, which is like within 45 days you can start yielding this. This is one. And next we started focusing on something like poultry rearings and even sheep rearings. So what happens here is, any agri-waste, what happens? It goes to a waste. So there automatically the hens or chicks will start rearing this, and automatically it goes for this one. The cow dung is used. So we call it as an integrated model, and we introduced this, which was able to be success. This is one. And when we say on And permaculture, for example, this is which is booming like in urban cities. If you have a small piece of land where you can grow 14 different types of crops in this. For example, which can be consumed in your daily life, like vegetables, spinaches, and then like chilies and tomatoes and everything you can grow in your urban itself. This is how we have taught our beneficiaries, they are able to take it into huge scale. So this is one. And when we say energy-based, what happens here is, energy-based is like where we have done a tie-up with one of an organization supporting for the solar energy. So if I'm using a machine, a power machine, for a tailoring machine, what happens for this? I do not want the complete entire house to have a solar energy based. So we started giving an solar energy for this power machines. They start using the solar energy, which will be a continuous part for them. So by this models we have introduced and they're able to be success.
Thank you.
Your question was,
towards you only.
no, I think your question was how do they manage the repair things and all. See, this is what I say, panel was saying, this is the mindset. When a person without disability who is an entrepreneur, do you think they will be doing everything about the whole business? There are certain tasks they will do, certain tasks will be outsourced. But when it has to come to person with disability, the first question comes is that, will you be able to do all A to Z? That itself discourages the person to take up the entrepreneurship task, right? So I think we should not ask those kind of things. We need to develop the support system. And definitely, if the person starts his own entrepreneur, and he will be able to give employment opportunity to others as well. So there are a lot of other unemployed people in the community. It's not only the person. So I think this kind of things is what many times, people with disability hesitate to take up the entrepreneurial risk things.
Yeah? And Jaya, that's exactly the reason why we need to talk about it, because we are talking about social stigma. Whether we are talking about physical disability or mental disability, there's a lot of social stigma that's what if. True. As an entrepreneur, we have that self-doubt, and I think all the panelists were talking about how we need to build their confidence first. The whole idea, there are no freebies and we have to create the same way how any business flourish. Is the central idea. But glad that you picked up that point. What do you think? And you have been an expert in the sector for a long time now. What has changed in the whole disability space? What are the programming gaps that we are still struggling with when it comes to the last mile reach?
See, the change, of course, there are a lot of changes in terms of government policies and programs, and even the way people look at persons with disabilities, but not in a very large scale, we could say, in a very macro level it could be at. But still it has been looked at from the charity aspects, and they still think that persons with disabilities can only be able to doing A to B or A to C or something like that, not even looking at they can be able to do many things. The important thing is that, as we are all talking about the mindsets, though there are certain programs and policies which are available, to support the entrepreneurship of persons with disability, but somewhere we are not coming together and gelling together to work on that. So what is now is being promoted, I would like to share some example is in some of the programs what we did was that we started promoting disability inclusive farmer producer companies where, because any entrepreneurship to be successful, we need a strong support system. So that is which is lacking for persons with disabilities. For example, like there is no proper vocational training center which can train them on the entrepreneurial skills, or we can say the investors, you can say like the bankers or the financial inclusion institutions, they don't have a perspective that these are the high-risk clients, and person with disability cannot be they cannot be a successful entrepreneurs, and they will be able to repay the loans and all those things. So they never support them in financial services as well. So to overcome all these things, we need to have a strong support system. So for that, we have to come up with a collective way of working together. So we have formed like disability inclusive farmers producer companies, where they can support each other. And when you talk about even the biggest challenge was the marketing. So if you are having a small entrepreneurs, it's very, very difficult to, to compete the market demands. So when you become as a collective and you have a volume of products, so you have a bargaining power with the market so that you can really sell your product with a higher volume. So I just want to give one of the example was that there were 4,000 farmers, which included 1,000 farmers with disabilities in very remote area where they were producing the maize, and they were very much struggling to sell their products. But when they came together as a farmer producer company, and when they had the collective volume of the product, they were able to sell their product, as well as they also utilized the technology where they have developed their own e-commerce, and within a year, the sale went to 114% of their product, and with a profit of margin 27%. So that is the power that when you come as a collective. This is what very important for us to have a inclusive movement. This also overcomes the discrimination that we have in the community.
True.
Not just talking about a person with disability in isolation way, just bring them together and develop a inclusive entrepreneurship ecosystem. So for that, actually, we need to have a different actors to play. So we normally talk about 6 pillars if you have to develop a inclusive ecosystem. There are like human capitals, we talk about market dynamics, we talk about policy initiatives, we talk about strong support systems, we talk about access to finance resources. So if we have to get all these things, then we need to have a different development players to come together.
True.
And support developing this inclusive entrepreneurship ecosystem.
That's great. I do have a lot of questions. I'm just being mindful of time, and I'll just take a pause and ask the audience if anybody has any questions that you would like to ask our panelists. Yes, please.
हेलो, तो मेरा नाम जलालुद्दीन है और मैं बेसिक फाउंडेशन से हूँ. माय क्वेश्चन इज विद अनिल कुमार सर कि सर आपने बताया लास्ट ईयर आपने फर्स्ट दिव्यांग कला मेला एक ऑर्गेनाइज किया था दिल्ली में कर्तव्य मार्ग पर, जिसका बहुत अच्छा रेस्पॉन्स था. देन उसके रेस्पॉन्स में आपने 12 मेले और ऑर्गेनाइज किए. 15. तो सर मैं जानना भी चाहूँगा और बताना भी चाहूँगा कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टेक्सटाइल के अंदर जो उनके 2 डिपार्टमेंट है, ऑफिस ऑफ डेवलपमेंट कमिश्नर हैंडीक्राफ्ट एंड ऑफिस ऑफ डेवलपमेंट कमिश्नर हैंडलूम, दोनों विभाग पूरे साल अंतर्राष्ट्रीय, राष्ट्रीय, राज्य स्तरीय और जिला स्तरीय हैंडीक्राफ्ट मेले और एग्जीबिशंस ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं. वहाँ पर बहुत सारे कोटे हैं, लेकिन इस तरह का कोटा नहीं है कि जो हमारे दिव्यांगजन के लिए एक निश्चित नंबर का करे. जैसे कि सूरजकुंड मेला लगता है या ताज महोत्सव होता है, दूसरे इस तरह सरस मेला है, बहुत सारे मेले हैं. एक छोटा सा भी इवेंट होता है दिल्ली में जो हैंडीक्राफ्ट से हैंडलूम का मेला ऑर्गेनाइज होता है, उसमें अगर सपोज करें 100 स्टॉल उसमें प्रोवाइड किए जा रहे हैं आर्टिजन्स को, तो एससी के लिए उसमें 20 रिजर्व होते हैं. तो क्या इस तरह की कोई आपके विभाग से कोशिश हो रही है उनके लिए कि दिव्यांगजन के लिए उसमें कुछ रिजर्व किए जाएं स्टॉल, ताकि वो उस प्लेस पर आ सकें और वहाँ पे अपने द्वारा जो कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स तैयार किए गए जो हैंडीक्राफ्ट या हैंडलूम के हैं और वो सेल कर सकें वहाँ? क्योंकि एक वो प्लेस होता है जहाँ पर एक और अपॉर्चुनिटी होती है उनको कि अगर बहुत अच्छा उनको सेल्स रेस्पॉन्स नहीं मिल रहा है तो कम से कम गवर्नमेंट से वहाँ पर टीए और डीए उनको दोनों मिलता है. 500 रुपीज़ पर डे का टीए मिलता है, 500 रुपीज़ पर डे डीए मिलता है. तो उनको एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट हो जाता है उस मेले के थ्रू.
पहले तो हमने जो पीतमपुरा दिल्ली हट में भी अपने स्टॉल्स लिए हुए थे, तो लेकिन वो जो उस स्टॉल में पता नहीं क्या दिक्कत आई क्या नहीं, दिव्यांगजन अपना काम करना ही नहीं चाहते थे. क्योंकि पीछे जो स्टॉल थे हमने सोचा था कि पहले आगे हैं और वो बाद में कुछ उनका प्रॉब्लम हुई और वो पीछे से आ गया और वहाँ पर जो सेल वगैरह कम हुई, तो इसलिए लोगों ने वो नहीं लिए. लेकिन जितने भी अपना अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिव्या कला मेला, हम सभी मेलों में अपना पार्टिसिपेशन रखते हैं, जो जहाँ जहाँ भी पॉसिबिलिटी होती है उनके साथ भी रखते हैं. लेकिन वहाँ अगर उनके साथ रखते हैं, आप ये देखो कि दिव्यांगजन वाला फोकस नहीं आ पाता. तो लेकिन अभी सूरजकुंड मेले में भी हमने 20 स्टॉल लगाई थी और जहाँ भी हमारे को चांस मिलता है किसी भी मेले में हम वहाँ पर स्टॉल्स लगाते हैं। और आपसे मैं अलग से मैं पूरा आपका प्लान मैं ले लूँगा बात करके, तो उसके अंदर कहाँ हम 10 स्टॉल 5 स्टॉल अलग अलग पार्ट में देश के कहीं भी लगा सकते हैं। दैट विल बी वेरी गुड, बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। थैंक यू।
कोई और? एनी अदर? लगता है सबको भूख लग गई।
हेलो एवरीवन। सो वैसे तो मैं जानता हूँ काफ़ी सारों को पर्सनली भी जो पैनल पे है, बट माय नेम इज़ ददीच। आई वर्क विद द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़. It's a question as well as a request to the panelists and the networks therein that we have launched the Pradhan Mantri Daksh portal for in behalf of DPWD, where we have skilling and jobs, but there is still the entrepreneur self-employment part that is missing. And in the times of technology and collaboration, that is the theme of AIF today also, we would be really like, can we have that kind of ecosystem, or is there any ecosystem in this country where there is digital linkages for entrepreneurs to connect among themselves, as well as mentor mentees, and obviously the market linkages which Malika sir was also highlighting an important part. So is there anything like that? And if not, with the ministry is also very welcoming to take forward such initiatives under PM Daksh. So you can connect with me as well regarding that, but can anyone shed light on how to do it on the digital side? So that would also enlighten me. Yeah, thank you.
I think that's a great thought. And while we have done that for employment and jobs, it's high time that we look for entrepreneurship as an ecosystem in itself and create a common platform for everyone to collaborate. You actually took away my last line then. So
I think I don't know whether it is for the whole country, but I was just sharing about one of the group. But what they have done is an e-commerce platform, what I'm talking about, which gives an opportunity for more than 50,000 farmers to register in that platform so that they can get together. And this, the farmer producer companies, what we have, even Government of India has been promoting from last 2 years, is basically for 2 reasons. One is for backward linkages and forward linkages. And this platform, whoever is getting registered in that, they have been supported in this too, with the knowledge, with the skills, as well as for marketing things. I think it's a good idea that we can make it as a pan-India level, so that the way we have done it for the employment opportunities. So that could be a good thing, that we can reach out to more and more people who are left out. Because though many people start entrepreneurship, but in between they fail it because of various other factors, which can be addressed through this platform.
Great, thank you. 30 seconds, last comments.
I think before going for food, a small food for thought. This is not a sector for competition, but for collaboration. I think we need to realize this, and we need to start as soon as working together. And the biggest collaborator, believe me, is the government. 1 crore UDID cards now, database is available online, district-wise, skill-wise, disability-wise. We can access it, in fact. So just by integrating what Dadich was talking about, PM Daksh, just by integrating to it, immediately we can do that. Data is everything. I think we should start capturing data. Each and everything that we do, we should capture. On a very good note, we are talking about entrepreneurs. I'll just leave this thought while we are eating food. Can all of us become one mentor for one Divyangjan? We need 5,000 such mentors all over India. That is our mission. We are creating an ecosystem. So simple, maybe giving 2 hours in a month can change somebody's life. Not only mentor, now we are also inviting startups to invest in enterprises. And I'm inviting co-founders from the startups. We have Divyangjan entrepreneurs, and we can bring in impact investment as well. Now for startup founders who are looking for co-founders, please look in the inclusion space. You will get funding, you will get brain, you will get profit, you will get everything. You will get one of the, such a co-founder. So some models we want to establish. Anybody is interested, definitely we can touch base. Now India's topmost Divyangjan entrepreneur is a visually challenged and his turnover is 120 crores. The second entrepreneur who runs from preschool to university is a wheelchair-bound entrepreneur. The third one again from Nagpur is a wheelchair entrepreneur. 4 companies under Made in India is at set up. These are only examples. There is only 50 kilometers from here, there is a mall owned by a wheelchair entrepreneur. There are 4 malls in Kerala owned by Divyangjan. Now very soon you will start seeing this space coming up, and before becoming late, please identify these wonderful people who can get you profit and start working with them. Believe me, you are not only going to be profitable, you are going to be center of everything. That much I can assure you.
How inspirational. So development can only be one kind, and that is inclusive development, where you embrace and create opportunities for everyone who deserves it, and everyone deserves opportunities. And compassion and courage are 2 weapons that I've always felt can eradicate any problem that our world faces today. And to join the movement of inclusion, you already have that in you. When we talk about digitization, when we talk about the importance of data, we also need to talk about the existence of a digital divide. I mean, that exists in our country, and how do we ensure that, we reach out to the last mile? True. And, lastly, if we just replace social work with social duty, we see the world differently, to pay off the social debt for the number of privileges that we have sitting in this room. There are millions out there who'd never be able to go to school because of their disabilities. There are millions out there, we've all been through lockdowns. There are persons with disabilities who are kept in a lockdown for a lifetime because of the disability in our perceptions, inaccessible infrastructure, lack of opportunities. I remember Praveen, so he's our manager at our cafe at the Mumbai International Airport, and we took him to Marine Drive. It breaks my heart that boy had to, with his Neo Bolt, he had to move 6 kilometers to come to where we were. That has to change, and that can. Only when we believe that there is a problem, and we believe in our strength to really speak up so that difference is brought about. It's never too late, and it is now that change needs to be brought about.
ये जो मिस्टर दीच ने अभी बताया था जो पीएम दक्ष पोर्टल के बारे, वो बेसिकली एक सिनर्जी है जो डिपार्टमेंट ने अभी बनाई है। वो 1 और 1 11 होते हैं उसी में ही, बिकॉज अगर दिव्यांगजन को किसी को ट्रेनिंग चाहिए तो वहीं पर ही अपने आप जिस एरिया में चाहता है उसी के अंदर उसके पास ऑप्शंस हैं। एम्प्लॉयर भी वहीं पर हैं, और जिसको स्किल ट्रेनिंग करनी है, जब हमारे पार्टनर्स हैं, ETPs हैं, वो सब के सब अपने एरिया में सिलेक्शन कर सकते हैं। और उसके बाद एम्प्लॉयमेंट और सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट के लिए, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए सब कुछ एक ही पीएम दक्ष पोर्टल के अंदर जो डिजिटलाइजेशन का एक आज के दिन में अनेबल किया है हमारा डिपार्टमेंट ने, तो उसके अंदर उसका सभी मैं आप सबको कहूँगा कि उसका बेनिफिट ले। और 50 लाख तक का लोन NDFDC देती है, जो डिपार्टमेंट का पार्ट है, फॉर एनी पर्पस। और उसके लिए कभी भी आप NDFDC को आप अपना इसमें इंटरनेट पे मारें, उसमें देख लें, और उसमें आप लोन के लिए हमारे पास भेज दें। Thank you so much.
So my learning in this is very simple. Anything which we get free of cost, there's no value for that. Even myself also, if I get anything free of cost, I don't value those things, whatever the worth it is. So we need to ask for any beneficiary, if you want to invest on an entrepreneurship program, we need to ask them, what is your contribution? Either let you invest even at 10 rupees, there is a value for that. So let's work on this. That is what my suggestion is. Thanks.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Myself Inderpreet Singh. I am from National Association for the Blind. तो बट एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन मेरा यही है कि हम आज मेट्रो सिटीज़ में बैठे हैं, जो विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड, स्पेशली मैं विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड्स के यहाँ पे बात करूँगा, तो जो हम अर्बन एरियाज़ में बैठे हैं विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड्स, उनके तक तो हर एक नॉलेज पहुँच रही है, बट जो विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड या जो दिव्यांगजन हमारे रूरल एरियाज़ में बैठे हैं, उन तक वो इन्फॉर्मेशन अभी भी नहीं पहुँच पा रही है, क्योंकि वो आज भी डिजिटल वे से नहीं कनेक्ट हैं, वो आज भी घरों में ही हैं। तो वहाँ तक पहुँचने के लिए, इवन लाइक मैं पंजाब से हूँ, मैं 2.5 साल पहले दिल्ली आया था थ्रू द नेशनल एसोसिएशन फॉर द ब्लाइंड, बट मैं ब्लेस्ड था कि मुझे उतना सोशल मीडिया का नॉलेज था, बट बहुत सारे ऐसे वहाँ पे मेरे फ्रेंड्स हैं या जो बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको हमारे पास ऑन कॉल्स आते हैं, क्योंकि मैं हेल्पलाइन पे हूँ NAB में, तो वहाँ पे बट उन तक ये इन्फॉर्मेशन प्रॉपर वे में पहुँच ही नहीं पाती हैं, और वो जब उनको हम थोड़ा बहुत वर्चुअली समझाने की कोशिश करते हैं, बट आई गेस कि लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस इन चीज़ों को नहीं पहुंच पाता है। तो मेरा डिपार्टमेंट से यही रिक्वेस्ट है कि उन एरियाज़ में कैंप्स के थ्रू, अवेयरनेस कैंप्स के थ्रू, जो या बिहार, पंजाब या नागालैंड या इन सिटीज़ में जहाँ पे अभी भी डिसेबिलिटी को लेके उतनी अवेयरनेस नहीं है, वहाँ पे जो वहाँ के डिसेबल स्कूल्स हैं, इवन वहाँ तक भी एजुकेशन उस लेवल तक नहीं पहुँची है अभी तक, तो वहाँ पर वेरियस कैंप्स के थ्रू ये सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन पहुँचाई जाए, ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेफिनेटली इंडिया में बढ़ रही हैं, बट आज भी मैं खुद एक एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहता हूँ, बट आज भी मेरा एक वही क्वेश्चन है कि स्टार्ट कहाँ से किया जाए, बिकॉज जो कोर्सेज अवेलेबल हैं वो एक्सेसिबल नहीं है उस लेवल पे फॉर द स्पेसिफिक फॉर द विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड, तो स्टार्ट कहाँ से किया जाए वही नहीं समझ आता, तो आगे कैसे बढ़ा जाएगा। लाइक बहुत सारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स आज के टाइम पे विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड है डेफिनेटली, बट एक मेंटरशिप की कमी आज भी एक मास लेवल पे है, तो वो कैसे एक प्रोवाइड की जा सके उसके बारे में हमें सोचना चाहिए, ताकि हम ट्रेनिंग्स करवाते हैं, सब चीज़ें हैं, बट वो एक हम उनके एजुकेशन को लेके हम बहुत विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड्स के लिए हैं, बट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एंड सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट को लेके आज भी विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड्स की सबसे बड़ी मतलब यही है कि उनको जॉब्स लेना है, गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में जाना है, जस्ट वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए आज भी उतने बड़े लेवल पे नहीं सोच पा रहे हैं जो स्पेशली अदर स्टेट्स में बैठे हैं, नॉट इन दिल्ली और मुंबई। तो प्लीज़ डिपार्टमेंट से, इवन आप सभी से ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि उन सिटीज़ तक भी रीच की जाए, ताकि एक मास लेवल पे हम इस अवेयरनेस को फैला सके। थैंक यू सो मच।
मैं एक ही बात कहना चाहूँगा कि हर आदमी में एक कैपेबिलिटी है कि वो एंटरप्रेन्योर बन सकता है, यदि उसको प्रॉपर एनवायरनमेंट मिले। तो एनवायरनमेंट देने में दो चीज़ें रहती हैं, एक तो जो फैमिली है और जो उसके साथ जो कम्युनिटी है वो मिलके उनके साथ वो देख के अपना काम शुरू करे, और दूसरा ऑफ कोर्स जो टेक्नोलॉजी है उस टेक्नोलॉजी को वो कितना यूज़ कर सकता है। गिव यू अ वेरी स्मॉल एग्जांपल, एक अगरबत्ती यूनिट स्टार्ट किया जहाँ पे वो मैन्युफैक्चर करते हैं, तो पहले बहुत एक्सपेंसिव खरीदते थे, उसका जो रॉ मटेरियल था, टेक्नोलॉजी से उनको पता चला कि कहाँ पे चीपर मिल रहा है, हालांकि वो अभी 500 किलोमीटर दूर जाके खरीद रहे हैं, बट दे आर बाइंग इट एट हाफ द कॉस्ट। सो एट एनी स्टेज एंटरप्रेन्योर जो है, स्पेशली उसमें जो हमारे दिव्यांगजन जो एंटरप्रेन्योर बन रहे हैं, उनको यदि टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ जोड़ दिया जाए तो आगे वो अपने आप उससे बढ़ना शुरू कर देंगे।
I have two requests, not this as a request. So, whoever is involved in developing any tools or technologies, whatever it is, if you could consider the universal design principle, and if you develop that, that will definitely help persons with disability, to also become a successful entrepreneurs, because that is the area where people struggle. And the second thing I would request is that I really forgot not the request. Sorry for that. Where did I? No, yeah, just not bootleg. So the second request is that we need to change our mindset, because many people think, the products made by persons with disabilities are not in a good qualities, right? And that is why we normally look at them in the stalls, and we just, for sympathy wise, we buy and go and all those things. This is one thing which the mindset we need to change, because not all the products will be poor qualities. Of course, person without disabilities, the big brands like Sony television also fails. So we should remove this mindset from our side, and we can also think them as a very good, a good vendor, or for our own programs and things, because we are looking that corporates can majorly play a vital role where they can integrate them in the supply chain as well. So many times we only ask them for some event, can we buy some products from them? But if that mindset can be changed, then definitely they can be a successful entrepreneurs. Thank you.
True. Thank you so much. I won't take more time. I would say just one. Please go ahead.
So I think I just would like to take this opportunity. Honorable Prime Minister has given a Maha Mantra for all of us to follow. Skill India, Fit India and Inclusive India. Believe me, be skilled, be healthy and be inclusive from today onwards. Whatever we do, definitely we are going to be Vikasit Bharat. Thank you.
Amazing. Yeah. Great. The only thing that I would say is you have heard a lot. You have people around. Please join them over lunch. Ask them what and how we can all become entrepreneurs. It's not a department responsibility. I say it's all our responsibility. हम सबकी responsibility है एक को ये समझाने की या एक को inclusive बनाने की. The only thing I would say is a change in language. Stop seeing them as beneficiaries, start seeing them as users or clients. Create solutions, keeping them as the final client. Trust me, there are maximum solutions that we can figure out. हमारा प्रॉब्लम है कि हम उनको बेनिफिशियरी जब देखते हैं तो हमें कंस्ट्रेंट्स कहीं ना कहीं दिखाई देते हैं. There was a common message that was given in the morning as well. We need to change our mindset. If we want to see a Atmanirbhar Viksit Bharat, yes, all of us have to work towards it, and this is an important component. With this, I would like to thank all my panelists, amazing discussions, and the audience for sure.
Thank you so much, moderator of the session. On that wonderful positive note, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude our panel discussion here. Our heartfelt gratitude to all our panelists. Let's just give a huge round of applause once again for them. Absolutely insightful and very thought-provoking session. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish to extend our heartfelt gratitude by presenting a memento to our panelists. And may I invite on stage National Manager Placements, Atanu Kumar Mishra, to kindly join us onto the stage and present a memento to Shri Anil Kumar ji. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Anil Kumar. Mr. Atanu, kindly present a memento to Commander Shri Ring Bijur. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experiences with us. They stay with us forever as guiding force. We also thank Miss Alina Alam. Thank you so much, Miss Alina, for those very inspiring words. Your stories will really inspire a lot of us. Thank you so much, Mr. Atanu Kumar, for doing the honors. Please kindly stay back for us to capture a moment on cameras. May I now request Ms. Revati Vishwanathan to kindly join us onto the stage. Ms. Revati Vishwanathan is the state lead of Karnataka from Karnataka, ABLE. May I request you, ma'am, to kindly present a memento to Mr. Jayakumar. Thank you so much, Mr. Jayakumar. Ms. Revati, could you please present a memento to Mr. Mahesh? Thank you so much, sir. And we also thank Mr. Mallikarjun. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, sir. And Ms. Revati, may I request you to kindly present a memento to our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the moderator of the session for wonderfully conducting and concluding the session, Ms. Anupam Shukla. Thank you so much, ma'am, for a wonderful session. How wonderfully conducted. With that, we conclude the session, and I request the members on the stage to kindly step forward for a group photograph, just to capture in our lenses, in our memories. And ladies and gentlemen, we must congratulate all of you, our audience, for being so wonderful, so kind and very interactive. I know we had so much questions and interjections and also discussion points, which we can always take in our networking break. And we are available online as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for each of you present here for making this conference a very great success. Let's hear it for everyone. Capturing this moment in our lenses, in our memories forever. With that, we would conclude this session, and just a moment for the group photograph. Thank you so much for that moment. I would now request Head Strategic Initiatives Livelihoods, AIF, Ms. Bandana Rai, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we would be concluding. But before that, requesting Ms. Bandana Rai to kindly join us onto the stage and propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Shushmita. All right, so while we all are being seated, I had a question for all of you, on which I have been thinking since the session started, and Rajesh sir shared a very beautiful thought for all of us. I'm sure many of you have already registered and must be thinking parallelly about it. You know, he said that either we are born with some kind of disability, or we develop it, or we die with it. And which is such a food for thought. And then I was thinking, while I have been staying with my grandparents and now grandparents, I never attended such a session, or I didn't have a collaboration, or I didn't have a sensitization to think how to convert my party menu to a low calorie or a low fat or a low sugar food. How to have a skid-free flooring. How to have a railing there. How to ensure that I and my daughter, we spend minimum 1 hour every day after whatever busy schedule we have during the day. So how does it happen? In India. Because we are born inclusive. We are genetically inclusive. So when we are doing it personally and socially, we are here together to get to a day wherein this session is not needed anymore. These collaborations, diverse, everything finishes off, and we start being organic about what is most organic. We think naturally about what is most natural. And that's the day we will celebrate again, and hopefully not in this lifetime. There is always a way out. So can you have a very, very big round of applause for everybody who was here? Who spoke and who listened, who organized and who participated. Thank you so much. Now a formal vote of thanks. So I take this opportunity to thank, first of all, our chief guest, Shri Rajesh Agrawal sir, who was here and who had a beautiful, real address to this gathering. Then I would like to thank all the disability inclusion champions who have given these moments to us today to celebrate, because they were sitting for more than a year over sitting, deliberating, thinking how to have that model which is a holistic and which can really address the ecosystem. Thank you so much for being part of it. For the one who are here and also who could not join us today, because there were 29 of them and only 15 could come today. Then our panelists, the speakers, and our beautiful moderators for managing it all so well and making it so interesting and engaging. I didn't see anybody, going through the WhatsApp messages or looking at the videos or just waiting for the lunch. Believe you me, you guys were fantastic. So a huge round of applause for all of them. The lady in the corner there, the Purvanchal Gramin Seva Samiti lady, you know, she has got beautiful stuff. I think already many of them are sold out. I saw her doing beautiful organic marketing for her stuff. The New Motion team, the National Association of Blind team for being participative and coming here, you know, spending your time with us. Thank you so much for that. And now the organizing team, starting with our National Manager for Disability Inclusion, Jay. Where are you, Jay? A huge round of applause for Jay for the... You won't believe he's here just for 2 months, but we felt that he's here for ages, you know. That's the kind of support that he has given, because he is our inclusivity champion and the expert who's going to guide us, because today is just the first step. There's a long journey ahead, and Jay is going to lead that for all of us. Then the organizing team led by Tina, Imrat, Jury, Ishita, Shivangi, Sidra, because all of these people had numerous, you know, nights, sleepless nights, and tiring days to do all of it. So thank you so much for participating. Our on-stage comparing team and the Indian Sign Language interpreter, you know, led by Shushmita, Ojasvi, and Vanshika. Thank you so much for being there. The NUMEC team, who are always there at the last moment to support us, and this time also they did their wonders. Thank you so much. Team Hotel Ambassador, you know, for the great catering and all the support, the beautiful venue that we have got. And now, the most important people here, people who are not here, the people there at the field, the one who are actually doing the project and giving us the confidence to stand here and talk, to deliberate, to give us cases, to give us the successes, and also the failures. They tell us what to do, what not to do. So thank you so much for everybody who's not here today with us. And finally, the beautiful and the most amazing and the most simple AIF leadership team, starting with Shreya Relly. That's Shreya, guys. That's our Director Communication. And she is also now an event champion, because this is, I think, 4th or 5th event in this quarter that we are doing. And in this week, the 2nd event. So you can understand the work that has gone into it. You know, thank you so much, Shreya, for all the support. Mr. Kamesh Sanghi, I mean, what do I tell him? He's the toughest taskmaster and the most difficult boss that I have got till date, because he tells you, let's do the first. He supports you with everything, all the effort, and you know, applauds, appreciates, gives you all the credit to do the first. But then that is where the journey begins. And for him, the impact is only when you reach the million. And throughout, he'll keep challenging you, keep supporting you, and ensure that we talk about the millions. So most of us who are talking today in terms of millions, thanks to Kamesh. Thank you so much, Kamesh. And above all, the gentleman who's sitting there at the end, our very, very super supportive country director, Matthew Joseph. He's himself a IIM graduate, but he never talks of those fancy words. He's like, ho jayega, kar lenge, what's the difficulty? And then it comes approved at 12 o'clock at night, when you know that morning 5 o'clock you have to launch something. So that's the kind of country director we have. And for many of us, he's a mentor, you know, a career mentor, including me. So thank you so much, Matthew, for all the support. So that brings us to the end of the beginning today. And let's continue working on it. And the first step that you must take is go to the counter there at Diverse Counter. We have a QR code there. Please scan and take your first pledge to inclusion. There are options. Choose one to begin with today, so that the natural happens naturally, and we all stay inclusive professionally as well. Thank you so much, guys, for the day.
Bandana had a lot of people to thank, and she did a wonderful job. But I think we left one, and that is Hill & Knowlton, our partner for the entire Diverse program. So a round of applause for Hill & Knowlton, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shreya. And Hill & Knowlton, one thing I have to say, as I always say, this is just the beginning. This is a long way we have to go together. Thank you so much for being there, guys. And please join us for lunch now. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Vanda, for that wonderful vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude our session. Like Vandana mentioned, it's just the beginning. Please join us for the networking lunch. I'm Sushmita signing off from the podium. A quick reminder regarding your mobile phones to be put back into the ringing mode. Please don't forget to do so. Namaskar and take care.